Hello everyone. Time you call this. Cheers Luke for the 5-5 mate, thank you very much. Swiss 220 to start the show. Welcome in everybody, hope everyone's okay. As you may have briefly saw, we had the Swiss there and we've got an EasyJet going over to the second runway as well. Hope everyone's okay. Let's see who's in the house, shall we? 10 past 10, I'm a bit late actually. Hey Loops. Chester Mike, are you okay mate? Carlos, Tel, are you okay lads? Amy. Hey Brody. Hey Henna. Hey Sam Donison, are you okay mate? Hey Shanae. Hey Dan. Hey Gav. Mr Boss. York Whale, morning. Wow, and Scottish Linda kicking off the show straight away. The gifty train started already. Thank you so much, Scottish Linda, for that one Airliners Live gifted membership that went to Leslie Lees. Thank you so much, Linda. Are you okay? And Sam Donison as well, jumping straight in. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. 2 gifties already. Don't forget, guys, already. I'll let you know. Bright and early, if we hit that magical 50 mark for the gifties today, we will be giving away a T-shirt. And if we do something awesome and magical and we hit the 100 mark, that'll enable us to gift a hoodie as well. So superb, thank you so much guys already. And that went to Ray K from Sam there. Hey Rose, hope you're alright. Hey Matty Hyatt. Hey Joanna. Tina. Conformist, hope you're okay. Hey Holly. Hey Millie. Hey Robbie. Mike. Jill. Capture this EasyJet for you guys quick. Sun's out. It's a bit blustery though today guys. As you can probably hear, Mike's just picking it up slightly. Not a constant wind, just like I say, a bit blustery. EasyJet departs. 23 left. We'll have dual runway ups all the way during this show. Finnair, I think it's an A319 about to cross over as well. And aircraft on the approach as well. Hey, and Tell, Supermod himself, Terry Edwards as well, jumping in on the gifty train already. Thank you so much everyone, that's a superb start to the show, absolutely awesome. Hey, good morning Jill. Hope you and Gordon are okay. Hey Peter Doyle, you knows bro. Just received that gifty there. Andy B's here. Hey Kev, good morning. Tea and Toast, morning. John Michael, David George, Malcolm, morning mate. Hey Tony Hart, morning mate. Hey Laurie, good to see you. Zach B. Hey Razor. Hey Natasha. Hey Sasha. And guys, we will have a bit of spray as well this morning. Sorry I missed that. Just busy trying to welcome everyone in. Yeah, there is a lot of surface water at the minute. And that should enable now the FriYAY to cross over. Yeah, so expect some spray, guys. Unless this sun that's managing to find its way through the clouds, unless that manages to dry out the surface water a great deal. Forward profile of the Max 8 200. Morning, Ian. Mono Russo, welcome in. Show 360, good morning. Hey, Mike D. Hey, Diane. Amy Staff Nurse jumping in on the gifty train, and that went to tea and toast. Thank you so much, Amy. Hope you're okay, kid. And we also had Ron Streams 20 there. Halfway now to his red tail. G'day, mate. Cheers for another 6 months to come. Love your Friday shows. Great having you here, Ron Streams, mate. And thanks for enjoying the Friday shows. Hope you're all still enjoying these shows. And thank you so much, Ron Streams. Halfway to your red tail, lad. Get in there. FriYAY. About to cross over. Hey, Matt Healy. Andy. And Duncan. And David. Trevor. Morning. Wow, see if we can get this in before the FriYAY spools up. Our truly awesome moderator from across the pond. Truly awesome Laurie. Super mod, mega mod herself. Dropping 10 Airliners Live gifties back to the community. Laurie, that's just awesome. Thank you so much for your support, Laurie. And thanks for all your help. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, Laurie. Wow. Great start, guys. Thank you so much. FriYAY heading off to Helsinki. Rotates. Thanks again, Laurie. Thank you so much. Wow. Don't know what to say. Thank you so much again, Laurie. Very kind of you. Very kind of all of you to help us kick the show off in this awesome way. Great support. Thank you, everyone. Morning, Jack. Hey, Klaus. And if you, yeah, of course, if you did just receive a giftie from Laurie or anybody, make sure you show your appreciation, guys. Really important. We keep this community positive. Thank you so much. Andy Baker, morning. Working and lurking, mate, no worries. Darylyn, sorry. Barbara. Hope you're okay, guys. And thank you so much to you, Millie. You as well, at business class, halfway to your red tail, Millie. How time flies. Yeah, we get it. Big love to you as well, Millie. Thank you so much for your half a year of support there. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for sticking with us. Louder on the way over, and also you may have just spotted we did have the Air Tanker 330 still being leased by Jet 2. Lovely heavy departure coming up, guys. Great support, guys. Thanks again. Magic. Hey, Welshie Kev, good to see you, mate. Hope you're all right, lad. Hey, Miss Wolves, great to see you. Hey, Beverly. Hey, Turtle Dove. Great to have you all here. Thank you so much for being in the chat so early. And I'm sure you can appreciate I have started early, as is traditional now on a Friday. Next arrival on the way in. See if this creates any spray. The tap. The offset of the engines on the Airbus doesn't create as much as the Boeing aircraft. Well, on the majority of the Airbus airframes. Of course, the 380 creates a decent bit of spray, as we all well know. Tap, about to take the intersection off the runway, and we have this Jet 2 330 now lined up, ready to depart Manchester from runway 23 left. 23 left. And it's on its way down to the Canaries, down to Tenerife South. First heavy departure of the show. Air tanker departs down to the Canary Islands. So we're going to be treated now at the RVP with this tap. Portugal rolling past us. Oh yeah, so I've just spotted Scandinavian has sent the Embraer in this morning. Fantastic. I'm just going to show you guys in a short second. Yes, love that, mate. Scandinavian, and looks great. Also have the buzz, the Ryanair subsidiary, on the taxi out. Lauda's lined up. EasyJet just vacating here, just arriving from Copenhagen. Whiskey Hotel on the ridge of this one. Get back to the chat in a second, guys. EasyJet vacates, turns in front of us at the runway visit park here at Manchester Airport, and the Lauda now lined up. Looks like we've got a school. A couple of young school kids in attendance on a school trip as well. You may hear that in the background. Gear up for the Lauda. Scandinavian Embraers lined up already. We have to wait for a little bit of clearance. And as I said before, the Buzz aircraft is on its way on the return leg to Krakow. Looks great, that, doesn't it? The Scandinavian Library on the Embraer. Hey, and huge thank you to you, Natasha, for the One Airliners Live gifted membership, and that went to Meg Worrell. Cheers, Natasha. Razor as well, premium economy membership for 19 months. Thank you so much, Razor. Best thing about Fridays, you're watching it now. Thank you so much, Razor, mate. Hope you're okay, lads. And thanks for your long-term support. Yeah, I like that. Looks great. Fantastic. Next arrival here as well, guys. See, just catching a gust there. Final few feet. The Brussels. There you go. Lovely bit of spray. Okay, takes the rapid exit and retracts the reverse thrust there. See in the background, Buzz just lining up. Again, this aircraft on the return leg to Krakow. Max aircraft. Thanks again for the early support, guys. We can get back to the chat now. Just going to check something out on this camera, guys, because it is leaning a little bit there. 1 second. Bear with. Hope you don't get dizzy. 1 sec. That seems much better. Superb. Hey, Ali. Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Gavin. Hey, Halil. Morning from Istanbul, mate. Hey, Sean. Hey, John Scott. Tim Johnson, welcome in. Darren, welcome in, mate. Lee, morning. And anyone I may have missed, welcome in. Welcome to the FriYAY show, brought to you by Airliners Live. EasyJet from Amsterdam. It's going to be the next aircraft to touch down. Tango Hotel, the reg on this one, following just over an hour's flight time. Again, apologies for the wind gusts. We do have dead cats and everything on these mics, so trying to prevent it as much as possible, but still on the ground this morning, guys. We have the Emirates Airbus A380 following what can only be described as an absolutely chaotic week over in Dubai. I'm sure everyone can agree. Been absolutely manic over there by the looks. Morning, Lee Manton. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're okay. Yeah, absolutely chaotic scenes over in Dubai this week, hasn't there? Morning, Sandra. Hope you're okay. In the second Scandinavian, we're going to see you this show. Hey, Lee B. Welcome in, mate. Happy Friday. Second Scandi, we're going to see you the show. After that, following that stunning Embraer. Next going to see a Airbus A320 Neo operated by Scandinavian Air Service. Charlie Bravo on the reg of that one. Just coming into shot there, as you can see. Also, just pushing back now as I speak, we have a 2A Dreamliner, and it's the flight 156 heading to Punta Cana. Hey, great news, Matt. Absolutely great news, that, mate. Hope it's okay, and hope you're all coping as well as you can do. Great news, mate, for a Friday. Brilliant. Hey, Zane. Hey, Claire. Morning. Hey, Aaron. Oh, the F380 has been overnight. Okay, mate. I'm a little bit behind on all the updates and everything with regarding the 380. But a bit of a manic week at work. Hey, Sammy Littlewood, morning. Hey, Anders, morning. Welcome in from Stockholm, mate. Second A380 is currently just 50 minutes away now, and it's behind schedule. A good 3 hours 45 minutes late departing from Dubai, so of course the schedules will be pretty much all over the place, maybe for the next couple of days till things iron themselves out. Hey, Claire. Hey, Seb. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're alright. Seb had one of the Antonovs going over his gaff last night. Sounded pretty sweet. Pretty beefy. Scandinavian Neo now lined up. This aircraft's going to be departing back to Stockholm. Much better now, that camera level. Not as much adjusting having to be made. Gear up for the Scandi. Sun bouncing off the top of the aircraft. It is nice when you get a brief break in the clouds, lovely. But we don't want it drying this runway out too much, you know. Want a bit of action, don't we? Morning, Christine. Do we have an aircraft on approach? The Dutch Pride, KLM, Boeing 737, Charlie Alpha, coming in from Amsterdam. 1 hour's flight time for this aircraft. Yeah, and it's like gusting, it's like a northwesterly gust. So some of these aircraft will be getting affected by the breeze and the rate of knots coming off the top of the terminals and stuff. So could be affected. We'll wait and see. No issue there. Well, we get some spray. And it's going to roll right past us here at the RVP, the KLM 73. Catch them coming back past us very shortly. Not much in the way of spray, but can't have it. Can't have it your own way all the time. Morning, Barry. Hope you're okay, lad. Good to see you, mate. Yep, crabbing, what it's commonly known as, I think, you. Hey, Mizam, good to see you, mate. Hey, Roger, good to see you, mate. KLM, about to taxi past. Apologies, guys. Just lost audio for a second there. Back now. Did just miss the TUI taxiing over. This is a flight to Punta Cana. Apologies, guys. Leave for intersection there. Hey, Rob. Morning. I don't know what happened there. Just briefly lost audio in the tower for a sec. Have a nice heavy departure coming up. Don't forget, guys, you'd be so kind. All we ask you to do here at Airline is Live is give that like button a click. Let's get as many people in the house as we can. Hey Hosni, nice to have you here, mate. Hope you're okay. Hey Mr. George. Can see the next arrival as well, guys. Hey Phil. Your daughter's due on the Virgin VS74 from Orlando around 11. Thank you so much, Phil. We'll definitely capture that for you, mate. Hope you're okay this morning. Hey Paula, good to see you. Here we go to a Dreamliner. Going to be departing down to Punta Cana. Hey, morning Tom and Ann. Hope you guys are okay. Heavy Dreamliner. EasyJet just touching down. Still there, it's a little bit still there, guys. A little bit still there. EasyJet vacates from the rapid exit. Hey, and a huge thank you to you, Jeff P. 1 year, 1 month, 11 days, loving it. Good day from Melbourne. Welcome in, Jeff. Hope you're okay down there, mate. Hope everyone's well down your end. Wow, 13 months. Thank you so much, mate. Business class membership. Awesome stuff, Jeff. Hey, Audrey. Morning. Hey, Reginald. Hey, Edward. Welcome in from Tasmania, mate. Hey, Ivor. How you saying? Eddie. Welcome in, mate. Morning, Mike. Mr. Wild. Hey, Janet. Next arrival in sight. For Ryanair. 737. Kilo uniform. This aircraft coming in from Prague following 1 hour 52 minutes flight time. Gusting a little bit, guys. It definitely is. Another aircraft not quite making the exit right in front of us. Lufthansa is going to be the next aircraft to arrive. Coming in from Frankfurt. It's an Airbus A320neo aircraft. November, India, on the ridge of that one. On the ground, currently, we have a TUI 737 MAX 8 coming out on the taxi, and that's heading down to Garda. Also, the Air France Hop Embraer is now pushed back, and also another TUI 73 heading down to Antalya is also now pushed back. But the Pier 1 at T2, we have a Turkish A321, which is actually in the Euro League livery today. Nice bit of a splash of colour on the Turkish A321. Going to be heading back to Istanbul, and that's just pinging up now. Also a couple of also got a Ryanair 73 heading down to the Canaries as well. Just pushed back over at T3. Ryanair touches down. Oh, sorry, Lufthansa Neo touches down. My mistake. Lufthansa's going to make the rapid exit. Side of those engines, ladies and gents. Wow. Just look too big for that airplane. TUI MAX 8 is just under the first aircraft to get out from 23 left of the aircraft that are now taxiing over. We have the Ryanair Tenerife taxiing over as well. Hey JJ, welcome in mate, hope you're okay lad. Hey Pixie, morning. Hey Rich. Jack Roberts. Morning Skip, hope you're okay mate, morning Mark. Morning Mark Garner, hope you're okay. Suffering a monsoon according to Kevin in Sheffield. Oh, the Dreamliner, okay, let's have a look. Old Dreamliner squawking. The Punta Cana flight. Already on the descent as well, guys. Hope everything's okay. Squawking 7700 at the minute, the Dreamliner. Oh. Hope all's well. Virgin 350s having to take evasive action due to that. Just taking a circuit above Merseyside there. The aircraft may go into a stack now, just while this aircraft takes the evasive action that's needed. Hope everything's okay though. We'll keep our eye on that, guys. There's the Ryanair heading down to the Canaries. Now the 737 MAX is lined up. Say before, this aircraft's going to be heading down to Hurghada. Mike X-Ray, the reg on this one. Registered in January last year. Yeah, hope everything's okay with the TUI flight. Hey Christina, are you okay? Hey there, Phil. Yeah, 23 right landing on Mike this morning. Hey, Tony Cage, welcome in, mate. Hope you're alright, lad. Hey, Bertram, welcome in, mate, from Trinidad. Thank you for joining us, mate. Just heard a howl from the Air France 220. Which is on the taxi out. Hey, drones and planes, yeah, morning. Hey, Karen, morning. Hey, Janet Burns, get in there, love. Janet Burns, maintaining her membership for 26 months at Cruise Seat. Thank you so much, Janet. Thank you so much for your long-term support at Cruise Seat. Massive. Thank you so much. Hope you're okay this morning, Janet. Yeah, Janet Crabtree, I agree. I hope everything's okay. Of course, these crews are well trained for these situations, so I'm pretty sure everything will be okay. Lucy, not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see, I think. Morning, Martin. Morning, mate. Hey, Peter Carroll. Welcome in, mate. And as is in the chat there, we are actually filming live from the runway visit park here at Manchester Airport. An awesome venue for getting up close executive views of all the comings and goings here at Manchester. Great place to bring the kids down if you're stuck at a loose end over the holidays or something like that. But of course, with the weekend coming up, I'm not sure what the weather's going to be like, but as I say, always a great place to come down and spend a couple of hours. All the information about the park, regarding the park, will be in the chat, links in the chat there. So here's the Hurghada flight. Fire crew there waiting, as you can see. we'll be keeping our eye on that too, guys. TUI Max rotates. Fire crew are waiting there now. Excuse me. We're not sure, Brian, mate, what's happening with the TUI flight, mate. It was I think the decision was made very quickly. It's now just on it's on the approach now. The TUI that's squawking. Yeah, doesn't look like it's got above like 4,500 feet, to be honest. So whether it's a pressure issue, I'm not sure. We'll get back to the chat very shortly, guys, but we'll just keep our emphasis on this emergency landing for the moment. Don't like to intrude too much, but it is part of the action. As I say, hope all's well with this flight. Now we await to see what they'll do with this aircraft, whether they'll make an inspection on the aircraft on the runway there now. It looks like he's going to stay stationary there at the minute, the TUI. There's the fire appliances now. They'll probably make their way slowly to the aircraft. More crews on their way as well, immediately in front of us here at the IVP. Looks like the runway is obviously closed for a moment now, guys. And lots of aircraft now stacking around the Greater Manchester now. A couple in the Mersey, a couple in the Dane stack as well. Rawson. All the stacking areas are now full. By the looks of it, well, it's getting busy. Back to the chart. Hey, and thank you to you, Janet, for your One Airliners Live gifted membership. Thank you so much, Janet, for following up your membership there. and Abigail Reynolds first class membership for 17 months. Watching this on the Tokyo Haneda stream at the same time. Double aviation action. Got my Japan trip planned, so seeing what aircraft I can next. Wow, that'd be awesome, Abigail. That'd be absolutely out of this world. Hope you really enjoy that. And I bet you're so hyped for that. And thank you so much for your 17 months as well. Thank you so much. Don't want to zoom in too much, guys, but of course don't used to miss any of the action as well. And it's now officially the official start time of the FriYAY show. We're now just reaching 11 o'clock AM in the UK. So I'll officially welcome you all in. We have had a bit of an incident here at Manchester this morning. There does appear to be a problem with this TUI aircraft, which did depart to Punta Cana not 20 minutes or so ago, and does appear to be an issue with the aircraft. Didn't appear to reach above like 4,500 feet, so whether it's a pressure issue or not, we're unsure at the minute. But does appear that the arrivals have come to a standstill. Not as such, but they are stuck in a lot of the aircraft around the airfield at the moment, while they carry out a inspection on this TUI 787 Dreamliner. Okay, reported smoke in the cockpit, according to some early reports, but we'll wait and see. Okay, crew reported smoke in the flight deck. It's just protocol, protocols act. Emergency protocol, mate. There's methods to why they carry out these ops when incidents like this go. You have 4 appliances there, all carrying out inspection of this aircraft. And again, hope all is well. Early reports stating that there has been smoke or fumes reported in the flight deck, so obvious that this crew had taken the right precautions. Appliance there at the back, just going a little bit close to the aircraft. Do have a BA shuttle service just about to taxi over, and we also have a second to a Dreamliner another taxi over. Morning, Susie. Hope you're okay. Yeah, I hope everything gets sorted as well. Keep it respectful in the chat, guys. Come on. $2,600 of you legends in the chat at the minute. If you'd be so kind to click that like button for us, it'd be absolutely awesome if you could do that. Just see the appliance at the back there, just making. I do believe there's like a camera on the end of that extension there, on the end of the boom, and that'll be inspecting areas of the aircraft which the crew have stated may need a closer look. But yeah, just mention again, they have stopped all the arrivals at the minute. They are stacking, utilising all the stacking areas. They are utilising Ross and Dane. The Mersey stacking areas as well. Hey Jane. They'll, like I say, Zach, they'll inspect the aircraft while it's static there on the active runway. Because the last thing they want to do, if there's something occurring more sinister on the flight, the last thing they want to do is take it back to a stand and then worse things occur. Worst case scenario, of course. Now just see the second appliance as well, just extending the camera on the boom there. And yeah, everything sort of seems to have stopped at the on the airfield at the moment. We do have a couple of TUI airframes over there. We have a TUI 73 and also another Dreamliner just laying in wait to depart. Obviously waiting for some clearance, and we do have another TUI 73 on the taxiway as well as a Ryanair. The state of play at the minute, guys. Keep the camera at that length for a few minutes. Excuse me, guys, just to give me nose a quick ball there. Hey, and thank you so much for the for that bit of support there. One Airliners Live gifted membership back to the community. Thank you so much, Pixie. Hope you're okay, love. Great to see you today. Hey, Joe. Ollie, sorry. Welcome in, Ollie. Hey, Roy. Hope you're okay, mate. Good to see you. Thank you so much for leaving the like, mate. Hey, and Barry as well. Thank you so much, you, mate, for a One Airliners Live gifted membership, Barry. Very much appreciated, mate. Thank you so much. And that went to Gabe Ortoff. Enjoy that, mate. Not helpful, Joe. Hey, Gary. Welcome in, mate. Good to see you. You're aware of that, I've read. Hey, Tutti, welcome in from Paris. Ollie, welcome in, mate. Yeah, so the latest reports state that the flight crew did indicate there was some fumes or something reported from the flight deck, so hence why this aircraft is currently being inspected. 3,000 of you guys in here. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new to the channel, please consider hitting that subscribe button. We are Airliners Live, and we stream live here from Manchester Airport 3 times a week. It'd be great if you could all get involved in the channel in the future, but for the moment, welcome in. Totally appreciate the circumstances have brought a lot of you guys in, but it'd be great if you could hit that subscribe while you're here with us. Got a great welcoming community here at Airliners Live. Hey, and huge thank you to you, Matty Hayes, for the One Airliners Live gifted membership. And it couldn't have gone to a better person. It went to Gary Bennett. Thank you so much, mate. Thanks a lot, guys. Great support this morning. Hey, James Isherwood, welcome in, mate. I'm just going to check I haven't missed any support, guys. all seems well. Hey, Steve S. Hey, Flight Radar 24. Hope you guys are okay. All you guys who over at Flight Radar 24 are doing well. Great to have you in the chat. And does now look like they're having to tug appliance out, maybe as a precaution. Andy Baker, this aircraft, just to inform everybody, this aircraft squawked 7700 not too long from after departing 23 left here at Manchester, and early reports suggest that there was some fumes or something of that nature in the flight deck, hence why the aircraft is returned to Manchester. Hey, Practically the Geek. Yeah, that's what we ask, guys. Just be respectful of the situation. Of course, we don't know what's occurred as of yet, for certain. But let's keep it positive in the chat if possible. Yeah, it appears the engines have shut down, as Loopy says. Chance to just capture the Dreamliner behind, guys. Try and bring you guys some action on what's happening. So the tug is just static down the airfield a little bit there. Just down on the taxiway. Just waiting for clearance to turn to the active. They now have been gained permission. So yeah, it looks like the aircraft is going to be towed back to the gate. Just going to briefly show you this, guys. Did mention before, we have got this Turkish special. It's in the Euro League livery. So I'll briefly show you guys that, and then we'll just briefly hand back to the emergency situation. Hey, Smoke Steve, hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Trainee. Hey, Stuart. Yeah, I thought it might have been a bit of a heavy landing, yeah. Hey, Michael K. Thanks, mate. Hey, Sharon. Last resort, that Sharon, I'd have thought. I'll see the tug has arrived on site. Yeah, exactly, practically. As Loopy correctly informed us, looks like they have shut down both the engines, hence why the tug has arrived on site. Yeah, unless extremely necessary for the shoots to be deployed, especially on the active. Unless it was a full-scale emergency, of course. Wow, and Ian Kemp there. Thank you so much, Ian, mate. Very thoughtful of you to drop in on the gifty train and offer up 5 Airliners Live gifted memberships back to the community. They always went to Deborah and me, Tony Cage, get in there, Tony, Dave Hunt and Wayne Briggs, and also Sarah Jane as well. Well done, Sarah. Hope you're okay. And great support. If you just received a gifty from me in there, make sure you show your appreciation, guys. Do apologise if you're hoping to capture some of the action, but I think our emphasis, the majority of you guys just want to see what's happening here. So I will capture the Turkish special for you guys departing. Does look like they do have the situation under some control now. Camera there being stowed away. Now the tug looks like it's going to be put in place. See the radio telescope there in the back of the shot from Jodrell Bank. Tug now lined up. Apologies, guys, we are actually going to miss the Turkish. It's like some of the crew now are leaving the scene. Maybe not. Maybe it's just maybe it's going to follow this aircraft back in, one or two of them. Tug being attached by the looks now. Wow, I think it's 3,600 of you guys in here witnessing this, so thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Really is appreciated that you found the channel here this morning. And what appears to have occurred here, this TUI Dreamliner was actually on departure to Punta Cana. Did leave 23 left as is standard, and appears to have early reports suggesting that smoke or an odour of some sort was appeared in the flight deck, hence why they returned the aircraft rather swiftly. I think it was only airborne for a good maybe 10-15 minutes, if that. So of course, ever professional, these flight crew, and looks like they've made the absolutely the right decision. Safety obviously paramount. Hey Michael, welcome in, legend mate. Hey Lindsay. Lindsay, I think you'll find it is being towed. Look, there's a tug there in place now. Yeah, keep it positive in the chat, guys, if possible. Our mods are will deal with you in the correct manner if you step out of line. Hey Big Red, morning mate, good to have you here mate. Hey Nigel, Roscoe, welcome in mate. GV Bob now at the hold, the Virgin 350. Do you believe there was someone in the chat whose daughter was on there? Yeah, you'll be dealt with accordingly. Guys, if you step out of line in the chat, keep it positive and no spamming, thank you very much. Yep, glad all's okay. Does appear to... This aircraft's going to be more than likely taken back to the gate. convoy of emergency vehicles in attendance, and now just slowly following the aircraft. He does actually have a follow me vehicle in front there. Yep, I agree, David Coombs. Extremely professionally handled, as is the norm. Great job. Yeah, it does appear now this aircraft's going to be towed back to gate. I've had an aircraft actually touch down on 05 right by the looks of it. BizJet. All sorts going on. Like a Falcon just touched down. Two of the appliances from the south of the airfield now heading back over to the station. I've looked at it. Just the two goes out of shot. Got an aircraft there just forming the it might be touching down on 23 left. Ryanair touching down. Evasive action being taken here on the airfield. And here is the BizJet which arrived in the opposite direction. Stunning looking aircraft. The Virgin 350 now on the taxi out as well, guys. We've just taken the strewn aircraft, the 2A Dreamliner. It's now heading our way to vacate the airfield. And again, I apologise for missing a great deal of the action on the airfield, but I'm sure you can all appreciate this takes a bit of precedence. 3,800 of you guys in here, thank you so much for being here. Totally understand the circumstances have brought a lot of you guys in the into the show this morning, but it's nice to have you all here. If you'd be so kind to click that subscribe button, it'd be great if you could click the like button as well while you're here, guys. Oh, I'm on a co-government, the Falcon. Okay. slow taxi being performed on this TUI now. Looks like they are still using 23 left at the minute. Yeah, the Virgin Atlantic's just moved over, tracked over a little bit further to the south southerly to pick up the thing for you are for 23 left. A couple of beautiful aircraft on the taxi out. A couple of 350s. The Cathay Pacific A350 and also the Virgin Atlantic 350 as well. And just got a visual on the Virgin Atlantic arrival as well, so I won't miss that. Because I do, as I say, I do believe we have someone in the chat whose daughter's on board that, so I'll try. Hopefully, we'll be able to capture that. Morning, Colin. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Mixter. Morning, Kevin. So very, very slow taxi back for this TUI Dreamliner. Just to reiterate, guys, this aircraft did depart Manchester maybe half an hour, 45 minutes ago now. Not sensational. No, half an hour ago. And unfortunately squawked 7700, and the crew in the flight deck reported smoke in the cockpit, so hence why the aircraft has returned from whence it came. And the awesome crew who were in attendance to carry out inspection of this aircraft as it arrived back at Manchester. Got the 350 on finals, guys. They're going to capture this, then we'll capture the rest of these aircraft. The appliances something passes. Do want to capture this because we do in fact have a viewer whose daughter's on board, so stick to my promise. Get straight back to the Ingy gas. Beautiful touchdown from the 350. That should go out of view slightly now, guys, but we'll quickly we'll just get back to the TUI. And the appliances, of course, which went to the aircraft's aid. hopefully we can hopefully return to some normality now at the airport. Great to have you all in here though. 4,000 of you guys in here, absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for being here during this FriYAY show, and welcome into Airliners Live. We stream 3 times a week here at Manchester, with our flagship show on a Sunday from 9 o'clock, also stream on a Wednesday from 11, and also of course here on a Friday from 11, guys. So again, thanks for being with me this morning, absolutely awesome. And huge thank you to you, Bevs, hopping in on the gifted train with 1 Airliners Live gifted membership, and that went to Lady Squatter. Thank you so much, Bevs, hope you're okay. The slow taxi back for the stranded TUI aircraft continues. And of course, now with a couple of aircraft landing on 23 left, they will have to wait for a bit of spacing to track back down the what is the departure runway at the minute. But of course, evasive action had to be taken. And again, great job from everyone here at Manchester Airport there, absolutely awesome. Incredibly professionally dealt with that emergency there. Everyone from the crew on the ground to the awesome guys up in the tower, that was extremely well dealt with, guys, really well done. Kudos to you all. Yeah, I believe it's the Monaco government aircraft. Stunning airplane. And so I'm not sure if a couple of these aircraft on the active departure runway. No, the TUI is the EasyJet now on the takeoff roll, so they may be forced to wait. Those two, I believe there's a Ryanair and also the Virgin 350 down there somewhere. So they may have to wait a few minutes to track back. EasyJet departs. Gear goes up. Virgin 350, looks like it's going to be the next stunning airframe to line up. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And it looks like we are on back to normal operations now at Manchester. Is an aircraft about to touch down, I think on 23 right, so yeah, normal ops do appear to have resumed now, following the emergency landing of the TUI to Punta Cana. Just reiterate once again, guys, early reports suggesting that smoke was found to be coming from somewhere in the flight deck, hence why the Punta Cana flight returned. But that's early reports, nothing set in stone, I don't think, as of yet. Clear the takeoffs, okay. Great knowledge there from Airliners Live ATC, informing us that they're going to get all these aircraft, these 3 aircraft which are over on the south side, they're going to get all these aircraft out, and then hopefully they could get the Ryanair and also the Virgin 350 to track back. There you go, beautiful shot. A couple of Airbus A350s, and the first one is the Virgin Atlantic on the takeoff roll. Rotates. Yep, not just all the aircraft on the ground, you've got to consider, of course, lots of aircraft on the arrivals as well, which the ATC and whatnot have had to get stacked up in a deep good order, and guys. Like the Ryanair is going to get out prior to the Cathay Pacific A350. And the Emirates Airbus A380, biggest passenger aircraft in the world, is now currently on the going to be number 2 to touch down, guys, so don't be going anywhere. Another beautiful, stunning arrival on the horizon. There's the Ice Max, it's just arrived. Z273. Looks like the Ryanair has, both got a Ryanair EasyJet. I'm not sure if they're going to let the Virgin track back into it yet. Yeah, they're letting all the aircraft track back now. So this Ryanair and the Cathay will be just forced to wait another few minutes for departure. And now just turning onto the ILS here at Manchester, we have the Airbus A380 of Emirates. This aircraft coming in following 7 hours, just short of 8 hours of flight time from Dubai. And now we see a couple of the aircraft tracking back, first of which is this Ryanair, and that's followed, I think, by the EasyJet just behind. And a bit further down, we'll see there's EasyJet. And a bit further down, we'll see the tail of the 350 there, I think. Yep, there he is. Couple of aircraft tracking back now. Obviously ATC just making a bit of a quick change in decision there. Next arrival is going to be a Pegasus A321neo aircraft coming in from Istanbul, and that'll be followed by the Emirates Airbus A380. Yes, Ryanair just vacating after tracking back. Here's the Pegasus. And of course this is followed in by the A380, guys. Turn our attention to that very shortly. Just catch this aircraft touching down. Nicely done. Now, in view, the Emirates Airbus A380. Currently now just on a 5-mile final and tracked number 2 by 1,880 people over on Flight Radar 24. Of course, collaborating with Airliners Live on both the Wednesdays and the Sunday shows, the flagship show here from the channel. And it's great to have Flight Radar 24 integration on those two shows. Absolutely awesome. Of course, looks like you guys are really enjoying that as well. So superb, brilliant. Hey, Helen. Yeah, second A380. Where they're going to put it? 2 A380s, eh? Is there any moisture left on the runway? We're about to find out. touchdown that was. Emirates Airbus A380 arrives here at Manchester Airport during the FriYAY show, brought to you by Airlines Live. What a touchdown. And just while that aircraft vacates now, we're going to catch up with another stunning aircraft in the form of this Cathay Pacific A350, and we'll capture the Emirates as it tracks back past us here at the runway visitor park as well. Look at this Virgin 350. Wow. That looks beautiful. Beautiful. And it does look like the Emirates, which is actually on stand 12, is not well, I'd say nowhere near at the minute, so look at that, guys. Beautiful, look. Absolutely stunning. Stunning. So Rebel, GB Bob, taxiing to gate after arriving on 23 left here at Manchester, following a emergency arrival not too long ago. What a beautiful, beautiful aircraft that is. Absolutely stunning. Taxi past us is this beautiful A380, which put on a great show on arrival into Manchester just a few minutes ago. Wow, still 3,000 of you guys in the chat. Absolutely awesome to have you all here. If you'd be so kind to click that like button for us, that'd be absolutely awesome. If you'd like to support the channel further, please feel free to click the dollar symbol there at the bottom right hand side of your chat, and that'll enable you to offer up a gifted membership, which so many legends have already done so kindly this morning. It'd be great if you could show your support to the channel and keep these live streams free for absolutely everyone. Jet 275 over on the second runway as well. What's happening, guys? on the road for you guys, and we'll catch the Emirates. Taxiing back to gate very soon. Gear up for the 7.5. And lots of aircraft now making their way over to 23 left. Got a EasyJet over there at the Brussels, at the KLM 73 just over there now, and also another EasyJet, also an Aer Lingus Airbus A330 which you're about to see from behind the King of the Skies. Another heavy on the way out, and that's followed by a Singapore A350. All happening, guys. It's all happening. It's all going on. Hey, and Stephen Turry, welcome to Premium Economy, mate. Huge welcome into the channel, and thank you so much for signing up. Brilliant support, mate. Thank you so much, and thanks for getting involved. Yeah, so the second Emirates looks like it's going to be taking a remote stand, as of course the earlier arrival, the overnight, is still on the stand at the minute. So during all that, we missed this Logan and Brer arrival as well. Wow, what a mad hour or so that was, guys. Absolutely crazy. There's the 330. Prop aircraft about to touch. Go around, guys. Apologies for missing that. Maybe because the Aer Lingus 330 was crossing the active. Every chance. What's happening, guys? Non-stop at the minute. Non-stop. There's another beautiful aircraft. waiting to taxi over to the second runway. Beautiful Singapore A350. Yeah, and that Ryanair was arriving in from Genoa, and forced to take evasive action there. KLM is lined up, but I think our emphasis is going to be on the arrivals for the time being, guys, unfortunately. It's gusting slightly. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the reason for the go-around. Ryanair touches down nice and tidy. There's a gaggle of aircraft over there now. It's the KLM, the Aer Lingus, TAP Air Portugal, got an EasyJet lined up over there waiting as well. Ryanair just vacating. Singapore about to cross over to the second runway, and the next arrival is in view as well. What's happening, guys? Lots and lots happening. Ryanair 73 vacates. KLM 73 in the back of shot. Departs back to Schiphol, Amsterdam. And I'll get back to the chat very shortly, guys. Don't worry. KLM commences the climb out from 23 left, 23 left, TAP Air Portugal is going to be the next departure, and that looks like it's going to be followed by the EasyJet. Of course, this aircraft heading over back to on the return leg to Lisbon, and the EasyJet going to Charles de Gaulle. Singapore, of course, going to Houston, and the Aer Lingus 330 is laying wait to depart to Bridgetown, Barbados. Waiting to cross, we have a Jet 2 A321 Neo aircraft as well, and just on final approach now we have a Logan Air ATR 72-600, and this aircraft has arrived in from Inverness. We'll just pan around quickly and capture that for you guys. As I say, can't capture everything. I think our emphasis should really be on the arrivals and see how testing it is for these crew. See, nice couple of adjustments there. Of course, trying to capture as much as I can for you guys, as much of the action as is possible. Sublime to the small. Everything tastes catered for here at Manchester, from prop aircraft to the beautiful A350s, 330s, A320s. But sounding wonderful. Nicely done. Aer Lingus. Looks like it's going to be the next aircraft to depart from 23 left. And I'm going to quickly get back to the chat. We do have a Virgin Atlantic A330 on the taxi out. And that's the flight to Atlanta. And the Lufthansa A320neo we saw arriving earlier. Also now on the pushback, we've got a stunning couple of aircraft over on the south side here now. We have this Aer Lingus A330 and also the Singapore A350 heading over to Houston. Ryanair just vacating in front of us. And we have a Pegasus A320 Neo on approach. The Ryanair from Genoa is now just getting re-established for a second attempt. Slurp. Next over there we have this Aer Lingus 330 and also the Singapore 350, two brilliant heavies about to depart Manchester. Catch this Pegasus touching down prior to the Aer Lingus departure. Nicely done, nice and down, nice and tidy for the Pegasus A321neo. Now our attention is turned to the back to the Aer Lingus A330. Is the flight going to Bridgetown? Also got an Air France A220neo Walkie. Now currently 3 miles out, just on short finals. While the Aer Lingus makes us all wait for departure. And now starts the spool up. Aer Lingus 330 rotates. Pegasus, just taxiing past, let's see if the runway visit park. And this is the perfect exit for the 220 to come off for us. Perfect exit. Singapore 350 is lined up. May have to wait a few minutes just for a bit of spacing, bit of clearance prior to the 3:30 departure. But this is perfect for us. Go on. You know you want to. You know the emote, guys. You know the emote. Singapore's lined up, of course. Bit of a walkie. Singapore 350 on the roll. Wookie, wookie, wookie. Hey, and Tracy D jumping in on the gifty train. Thank you so much for the one Airliners Live gifty. Thank you so much, Tracy. Hope you're okay. Going to mention Stephen Terry there. Welcome to Premier Economy, mate. Huge thanks for your support. And also Tom and Ann dropping in on the gifty hype as well. Sam Yates, member for 5 months at Premium Economy as well. Thank you so much, Sam, for your long-term support, mate. Absolutely awesome, guys. Great support this morning as we just break into the afternoon now. 12:05 here in the UK. EasyJet just touching down. Do have a Jet2 A321neo over there as well, waiting for departure clearance. And Neo we saw arriving earlier on in the show as well, just about to taxi over the active arrivals runway. Don't forget, guys, next live action here on Airliners Live. Bit of a depleted squad this weekend, unfortunately, as Andy and Sam and Little Dakota head off on their jollies tomorrow morning from Liverpool via Jet2. That should be awesome. So yeah, it's just been myself and Martin here, bringing you the Super Sunday show on Sunday. That'll be live from around 9 o'clock, guys, don't forget. And then a bit of a change to the hosting schedule, as I'll be hosting the Wednesday show this coming week from 11 o'clock, and the lads will be hosting my FriYAY show. Bit of a switcheroo. Here's the A330 heading to Atlanta. Virgin 330. Climbing out of Manchester. BizJet just arrived. We do have another arrival. That's touchdown. Nice touchdown from the Turkish. Lufthansa A320 Neo is now lined up. Hey, Brookie, get in there, son. Nice one, mate. Paul Brooks dropping in on the gifty hype as well there, with five Airliners Live gifted memberships back to the community. Thank you so much, Paul. Hope you're doing okay this Friday, mate. Fantastic, superb support, guys. Thank you. Thanks again, Paul, mate. Magic. Fans are spooling up. Buffy rotates, maintenance is fine. Turkish Neo taxiing past us. Just briefly missed this Jet 2 arrival. Thanks again, Paul, for your support, mate. Brilliant. Thank you so much. And Pia as well, jumping in on the gifty high. Thank you so much, Pia, for the one Airliners Live gifted membership. And that went to Gary Clutton. Thank you so much, Pia. And thanks again, Brookie. Great support this morning, guys. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. And there's still 2,500 of you absolute legends in here. It'd be great if you've all clicked that like button already. And if you're new to the channel, make sure you click that subscribe, get involved in the chat. Really positive and friendly community we have here, which we're incredibly proud of here at Airliners Live. Get yourselves involved in the chat, even if you just say a brief hiya, you'll get a really nice warm welcome here from the crew. But thanks again, Paul, and thank you so much here for that support. Hey Niels, how you doing, lad? Good to see you, mate. Yeah, .com live on the 7.3 looks smart, doesn't it? Looks alright. Oh, next arrival. Celtic Hope. This is the Norwegian. Red nose. Next arrival. Dealing with the conditions really well there. Max aircraft, this. Norwegian vacates on the from the rapid exit taxiway. You may get a brief 5 minutes of no, there's another arrival in shot. Red nose Norwegian. Done from the Scandinavian Neo. Another Jet 2 A321 Neo. Have to taxi over to the second runway. Boop nose on the Scandinavian here. Radome swapped over. Mad hour that was, guys, eh? That was crazy. Hey, Peggers. Nice having you here. Hey, Mrs. Fuffledge. Paul Shaw. Normally stream to around 1:30, 2 o'clock on a Friday, mate. Hey, just plain nuts, welcome in, mate. Good to have you with us. Hey, Chrissy B. Good to have you with us. Hope you're okay, love. You keep sitting on your hands, JJ. Excuse me, guys, for the occasional cough in there. Just going off the back end of a bit ropey last week. This A321 of Jet 2 is going to be heading down to the Canary Islands, down to Fuerteventura. All seems okay here, David, mate. Thanks for letting us know, though. Jet 2, A321 Neo. Rotates out of Manchester and begins its flight down to the Canary Islands, down to Fuerteventura. A380 update A. Let's have a look how the overnighter is getting along. I think the lower jet bridge is still attached there. Always a good sign when the rear cargo hold has been displaced, though. Looks like can't tell from the back of the camera here, but it looks, oh, the chocks might still be in place there, yeah. Chocks still in place while the jet bridge is still in use. Hopefully, not too long though. King of the skies. Yeah, all seems okay here, picture. Next arrival, it's going to be another prop aircraft. It's in the form of an ATR 72-600 aircraft coming in from Dublin, operated by Emerald Airlines on behalf of Aer Lingus Regional, currently at 2,400 feet, and that's going to be our next arrival, followed by an EasyJet Europe A320 coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle, and that's followed by a Boeing 737 MAX 8200 of Ryanair coming in from Murcia. Plenty of action to come, guys, and all that just before the arrival of the stunning Qatar Airways Airbus A350, which is just over the east coast of the UK now, just to the north of So plenty of action to come, guys. Don't be going anywhere. And as I always mention, it's great to have you all with us during this FriYAY show. Hope you've all had a great week. And it's I'm very grateful to have you all here to finish it off in style. Hey, Mr. City Sounds jumping in on the Gifty hype. Malky Stoddart jumping in on the Gifty train, and also Chrissy B claiming her seat as well. Thank you so much to that trio. Thank you, Mr. City Sounds. Cheers, Malky, and thank you, Chrissy, for your continued support of the channel. Dropping in and keeping the live streams free for 3 more people there. Offering up a 1 month of giving it business class membership. Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely awesome. Wow, and 1,400 likes. Impressed by you guys. Thank you so much. CC, my playmate, welcome in, mate. Hope you're okay. And we are now 14 more gifties away from the t-shirt giveaway, guys. 14 more, and that'll trigger the channel to give away a free t-shirt that'll the draw will occur. Any giveaways which we achieve during this FriYAY show, all the draws for any of those giveaways will be happening on the Sunday while Martin's here. So make sure you don't miss that, guys. 15 more away now from a bit of t-shirt hype. Next arrival, crabbing a little, is the Aer Lingus ATR 72600. As I say, operated by Emerald Airlines on behalf of Aer Lingus. Flight coming in from Dublin. Don't normally struggle in these conditions, these ATRs. Normally pretty agile. When it's a little bit adverse like this, cope with these conditions very well. And it looks like this occasion is going to be no different. Slight adjustments. Made sure. Certainly made sure. Put that down. Be down safe. It's a good landing. And again, apologies for the occasional blustery feedback from the audio. Can't be helped. It's pretty blustery here at Manchester at the minute. Put everything in place that we possibly can to evade it, but only so much you can do. Hopefully it's not deterring you too much. Name allotted to this club aircraft. And there's a legend arrived, ladies and gents. We do have a legend in attendance. Just give me a brief couple of minutes, guys, and I'll be back with you. 2 seconds. Back. Wonder it could be, some of you have got it already. Who's the guest for the last hour or so of the show? I wonder if you can guess who it is.
Who's the guest? I don't know.
Who is it?
Who is it? Who is it?
How are you doing, Skip? How are you doing, Mark? You okay, lad?
All right, buddy. Yeah, good to see you.
Let's see some waves. And you know the emote, guys. Drop that emote in here. You know the script. How are you doing, mate? You right?
Yeah, all right. All right. Bit knackered, but...
Been a bit active here this morning, mate. I tell you something, mate.
Without me.
It's great to have you on because you can do it. You can do a bit of explaining. You can do a bit of explaining for us about what's occurred this morning.
I was thinking you might be saying that. It's been a bit cheeky, isn't it?
Been a bit spicy this morning, here, mate.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I was watching it from me flat, and so I was getting the updates from the airport app that we've got.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I had one of these myself a year ago.
Right.
Oh.
What, you had a squat?
Oh, look, it's the Barton Budgie going over. I had a Fumes event a year ago. Yeah, going into Venice. And
because that's what they believe did occur with the TUI, yeah? So, in case you're wondering what we're on about, guys, just maybe an hour and a half ago into the show, we had a TUI flight to Punta Cana. Did actually depart. Manchester departed, 23 left, as is the norm while we're on dual ops. And within about, I don't think the aircraft mark, I don't think it made like 4,500 feet.
Yeah,
and then a decision was made pretty sharpish, I think. So yeah, and then started squawking 770 and returned to the airfield within, I don't know, 10-15 minutes or so. And in fact, the crew reported fumes or an odour of some sort in the flight deck, so they decided to take evasive action and return the aircraft straight back to the airfield. And yeah, hopefully we'll get a bit of an explanation as to what occurs when that happens. So yeah, Mark, so you had one of those occur to yourself?
Yeah, I mean, what I got up on the community app is that it was smoking cockpit for this Tom 156.
Okay.
339 people on board. So yeah, the most important thing with any sort of fumes or smokes is to get your oxygen mask on. As soon as your mask's on, the initial problem's gone away.
Okay.
You know, you've protected yourself. That's the most important thing, because if you flake out, you've got problems.
Yes.
And we'll have to go to the airliners lounge video of you trying to be talked down by someone.
Yes.
So you get your mask on. And this is what we did when we noticed it. We were going into Venice, and we were about, I don't know, between 6,000 and 7,000 feet in the descent.
Right.
And it can materialise in a couple of ways. You can actually get physical smoke in the cockpit or in the cabin. You can see it.
Just briefly, Mark. Is it a common occurrence for fumes or an odour to be thingy on the departure, just after the departure? Is that common, or is it?
No, not on departure.
Okay.
Fumes on planes, smells on planes are quite common because you're carrying lots of people. And,
absolutely. And
fuel
and everything else.
Yeah, we had some people who were quite ill on the way back to Mantalia yesterday. I think they'd eaten something they shouldn't.
Yeah,
and the whole family were ill.
You returned from Antalya last night?
Yeah.
Okay, so?
There were people going to the toilet quite a lot, and the fumes, you all smell it.
Yes.
Other sort of fumes, you get all sorts of different fumes. They materialise either in visible smoke, or you can smell something. It smells normally like sweaty feet, really sweaty feet.
Okay.
And
so it's not pleasant. You know that it's there.
You know it's there. Sometimes you don't even notice it there.
Oh, right, okay.
But the most important thing, get your mask on. So you reach down, you lift up your flap, and in there you've got your oxygen mask. And it's a big full-face oxygen mask. If people Google it and have a look, you will see it's a great big mask that goes over your face. And it's got a visor, and it completely blocks out everything. So you squeeze the two red tabs. What's this noisy thing to go past?
Yeah.
We squeeze the two red tabs, and it inflates the straps on the back. You've got these straps that they're like tubes, and air pumps into them, inflates them to make them bigger. So you whip your headset off, or if you've got a Bose ProFlate like I have, it fits over the top of the headset. And you bring the straps around the back of your head, put the mask in front of your face, and you release it.
Yeah.
And it sucks to your face, like the face sucker out of Alien. It gives you a really tight seal.
All right.
And then you're getting pumped oxygen into your face. You can select 100% if it's really bad, or you can have it diluted if you want to make the oxygen last a bit longer.
Yeah.
And then the initial problem's gone away. The one problem you have got is that every time you breathe, you've got an interphone. You have to switch the interphone off. Because every time you breathe, it's like...
Yes. Okay.
And you have to... It's just a pain. So you switch the interphone off. You talk to your mate, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Right, that initial problem's gone away. Now you deal with the actual problem. And the first thing, there's normally two checklists. There's smoke and fumes, or avionic smoke. And then the second one, removal of smoke and fumes. You start off with smoke and fumes, avionic smoke. And it says, if perceptible smoke fumes, apply immediately, crew oxygen masks on, use 100% emergency. And then what you want to try and do is you put these ventilation extract and blowers and try and blow it out, get rid of it, because the Airbus uses a funny system to cool the EE bay. And it's got, uses the aircraft skin, and it's got these blowers. And you want to try and get it all pumped overboard and get rid of it. And then what happens is...
Go on, Mark, let us roll back. want to make sure people can hear what you're discussing, mate.
Yeah, Maltby's got a good one. Airliners Live logo, face hugger plush for the merch store. Absolutely, mate. It's for the win. So you then what you want to do is you go through to try and find out where this smoke is coming from. Mm-hmm. And it's normally going to either be from the air conditioning system, normally the packs, or it's going to be an electrical source that's smoking. And if you can identify, you switch it off.
Right.
I thought these Maxes were supposed to be quiet.
You're supposed
So when you found out if you can find out what it is and switch it off, the problem then goes away, and then you have to consider, right, do I need to divert? Can I continue with it, or what? And the checklist will say, if at any time, any part of the procedure, smoke and fume becomes the biggest threat, you go to the removal of smoke and fumes, because you want to get rid of it. There is another bit that says if it becomes unmanageable, immediate landing consider. Now, so what happens is, it says, if air conditioning fumes suspected, turn this off, turn that off, try one pack. If that doesn't work, put the pack on, put the other pack off. If that doesn't work, it's not coming from there. So then you have a look at cabin equipment, then you have a look at electrical. You can consider on the Airbus a thing called the emergency electrical config, which switches off just about everything apart from the very, very basic things you need to fly the aircraft, and you really don't want to end up in that situation.
Okay.
So you can say, all right, well, let's have a look at removal of smoke and fumes. If it's fuel vapours, you want to turn the packs off and get the cabin fans on, try and blow it out. If no fuel vapours, leave it.
Yeah.
You need to descend, you need to divert, and again, consider the emergency elect config. There is one other thing you can do on the Airbus, is a thing called ram air. It opens a big door under the belly of the aircraft, and it just pumps. You will need to be below 10,000 feet for it. And you just open the outflow valve at the back, you open this big door at the front, just blows fresh air straight through the cabin, and it just pumps all the smoke out. But yeah, it happens more often than you think, this sort of thing.
Yeah.
If you go on sites like the Aviation Herald, you'll see quite a lot of these sort of things happening. Now, the 787, I was getting a bit niggled there, weren't people? If it's Boeing, I ain't going, all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
The 787 uses a different way of the air conditioning system. The packs don't bleed air off the engines like most airlines do. So they're less susceptible to this. A lot of these fumes events you get are oil coming out of the APU or the engines into the air conditioning system, atomising and causing the problem.
Right, okay, I'm with you now, yeah.
787's packs work differently. They don't do that, and they're less susceptible. The air in the cabin's a lot cleaner. So this is unlikely to be from that. I don't know what, the report will come out at some point. We'll be able to see exactly what's caused it.
Yeah.
But this isn't a Boeing thing. This is
just...
Yeah, the 757's got a reputation for it. The BAE 146 has a reputation for it. I never had a problem on the 75 with it. I never smelled anything on those on the years I flew that.
Right, okay.
Certain aircraft are more prone to it. The Airbus, I remember we had a spate of about, I think it was 6 in the space of about 5 weeks. Mm-hmm. Mine being the second one. The thing is, once you've got the mask on, your workload goes up dramatically.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to communicate. You're trying to work out what's going on. You're trying to talk to your mate. And in my case, we were going in, and I could smell this smell of smelly feet really strongly. And I was like, what on earth is that? And I turned around to the FO. Now, I was very, very blessed on that day because the first officer was absolutely first class. He's a great lad. And I said to him, can you smell sweaty socks, son? And he had a couple of big sniffs, and I was thinking, if that's toxic air, you don't really want to be sniffing it.
Breathing that in.
Yeah, and he looked at me and he said, I can't smell anything. I've had COVID and my sense of smell's gone.
Oh.
I was like, oh, okay. And I'm looking at the instruments, I'm thinking, I'm feeling quite unwell here.
Right.
And he leant over and he said, do you feel all right? And I looked at him, I shook my head and went, no, son, I feel like poo.
Yeah.
And he said, so do I. Should we get the masks on? I thought, oh, no. We're both like this. I went, yeah, get your mask on quick. So we whacked the masks on, established the communications, and by this point we're almost lined up with the runway. So we continued. And I thought, I thought, well, there's no point in telling air traffic because there's nothing they can do to help us. We're already cleared to land.
Yeah.
There's no point telling the cabin crew at the moment because we had 2 brand new cabin crew as well down the back. And they said the next morning at breakfast, we're really glad you didn't make an announcement because we would have absolutely pooed ourselves. I was like,
yeah, I bet that was a bit of a freaky experience, isn't it? You're new to it, like.
Yeah. But we were both feeling really, really ill. I mean, the FO said afterwards he was on the verge of turning around saying, I can't, before I said anything, he was on the verge of saying, I really don't feel well, can you take over?
No fly.
So we're flying down, and I remember we were lined up on the runway. We were lined up with the runway, and the speed was at about 180 knots. We had flaps 2 out. The speed wasn't coming off. We had a headwind. I couldn't process why this speed isn't coming off.
Wow.
I was just so fuzzy in my head. I couldn't do it. I was like, I don't know what's going on here. And in the end, I just went, right, stuff it, get the gear down. So we put the gear out, we got the flaps out, and I said, look, we're configured for an automatic landing, and if we do flake out, the plane will land itself quite happily, and everything will be all right.
You won't need the likes of me and Sonny there.
No, I mean, it would automatically land. We'd already set it up for that.
Yeah.
But no, thank God it was all right. And we landed, I in the end, by the time we got to about 200 feet, I was feeling, well, I thought, well, I can land this. So it took the autopilot out. Thank God, got a lovely landing.
What do you think had occurred then, Matt?
Well, the engineers said it was oil from the APU in the tail, and there was a leak, and it had gone into the air conditioning duct. And as we did in the descent, there's like a loop in the bottom of the duct, and this oil had spilt over and gone into the air conditioning packs and atomised and gone in the cab, gone in the flight deck. Other engineers, I said no, that's not the case. It came out the engines, but engines are expensive, and we don't know. But the aircraft was left there. It was flown back a couple of days later. The engineers had a play with it and sorted it out, and that was the end of it. But we landed, we taxied off the runway, and I was so fuzzy I couldn't get my taxi chart up to see where the taxiways were. So the first officer had to guide me, go right, left here, right here, because I just couldn't get the chart up. I went to write the safety report soon after. I couldn't spell the word fumes.
Wow.
But yeah, the FO was off for 3 weeks. I was off, I think, for a week. I did a video with Andy about a week and a half later, and I had to phone him up 3 days later. I said, mate, I'm sorry about that video. I have no recollection of doing it. If it was absolute rubbish, let me know, and we'll redo it. And Andy was laughing because I just don't remember doing it. I remember babbling, and I remember just losing, couldn't really speak very well. And Andy was laughing about it. He said, no, it's fine, I'll just cut it to bits and sort it out, which he did.
Yeah, worked his magic.
Yeah. But, it happens regularly. But like I said, as soon as the mask's on, the problem's gone away.
Yeah.
That's the main problem.
That's your main priority. Get that mask on.
Yeah.
Make sure you're safe. Yeah.
Yeah. But, like I said, the stress goes up through the roof because now you're on oxygen. Right, we've got a situation here to deal with. And, your training kicks in and you just get back on the ground and sort it all out.
So, when that I don't know if you watched the coverage, Mark.
Yeah, I did.
So, when that aircraft arrived back onto Thingy, is that is that the SOP for an emergency landing at Manchester? Is that the standard operating procedure for the appliances to be lying in wait and everything else? And are you in contact with the emergency services prior to landing, or what occurs there, Mark?
Right, so you'd clear your Mayday, you'd escort your 77, you'd come in and they'd roll the fire trucks. The aircraft would be overweight. Now, every aircraft have a maximum landing weight. The 757, it was 90 tonnes. The 320, the CEO's is 66, and the NEO's is 66-400.
Okay.
I can't remember the 73 because I don't care. But you've got a max structural landing weight. Now, if you go over your, if you're going to land above your max landing weight, there is a checklist, overweight landing checklist. And you have to do a landing distance procedure to make sure you can still land. You would turn the packs off because if you have to go around, you need full engine power. And then on the Airbus, you'd reduce the speed down to your velocity low it's selectable for landing.
Okay.
You'd use max reverse to get it stopped. And once you've landed, you stick the brake fans on.
Right.
Because you've just chucked a load of energy into those brakes.
Pressure into the brakes.
Yeah, and they're going to be hot.
And like you said, the two Dreamliner brakes are common for being overheating and whatnot, aren't they, Mark?
Yeah, you see them take off with the gear hanging out, and they keep the gear down to cool the brakes. So I think they've got brake fans on them. The Airbus has got these squealy, we call them screamers, the brake fans on there. So you'd have the brake fans on. So what you'd be doing is you'd stop on the runway, and the first thing I'd do, I'd make sure the brake fans are on, parking brakes set. I'd switch the weather radar off.
Right.
Because I know the fire trucks are coming around, and the weather radar works at quite a high frequency. I think it's about 9.3 gigahertz, something.
All right.
And you don't really want to be, you know, it's not a nice frequency to be standing in front of. So you switch that off, and then on the second radio, you would call them up on the fire frequency. You'd call up and you'd talk to the actual fire crew. And I normally, you know, would say when we do this in the simulator, right, parking brake is set, engine 1, 2 are running or shut down, APU is running, weather radar is off. I want a thermal check of the brakes, and, you know, in the case of this, I'd want a thermal check of the EE bay, under the electronic bay under the front of the cockpit, to see if there's any heat. And they use these FLIR cameras, and they check your brake temperatures, because you don't want your brakes catching fire.
Yeah,
you
that's not going to be a good thing.
No, and you know, especially if you've got things like fuel leaks or hydraulic leaks dripping onto hot brakes, that could cause you some problems.
Just briefly mention, Mark, we do have the 380 pushing back now, ladies and gents, so don't be going anywhere. The King of the Skies is now pushing back from stand 12. Whether they will vacate the other 380 to the stand, I'm not entirely sure. And I'll just briefly mention that we did have a quick gifted membership dropped in there from Martin Davidson as well. Thank you very much, Martin, for your continued support. Carry on, Mark.
Yes, so you'd have a chat with the fire crew, and they'd do a test check on the brakes, make sure the temperatures aren't. I mean, we've got brake temperatures, but they'd be able to have a better look. And they'd do whatever checks you want, and then you'd make your decision what you're going to do from there, whether you're fit to taxi off.
Yeah.
Obviously, these lads shut the engines down and got towed off.
Yes.
Which, is a great idea. And the thing is, if you've had a really bad one and you can't physically taxi the aircraft, then you're going to get towed off.
Right.
And you really want the engine shut down to do it. So
you mean like as a landing circumstance, that, Matt, if the brakes have gone through a lot of, like you said, been put under a lot of pressure?
Yeah,
and
I mean, if you
it just makes sense to tug the aircraft off the active rather than
possibly, yeah. But also, if you've been you've been affected by the fumes and you can't physically taxi the aircraft because you're half unconscious.
Yeah, decapitated a little bit.
You're taken off.
Incapacitated, sorry.
The other thing is as well, if
decapitated, lose your head.
Incapacitated. That's
incapacitated is the word I was looking for. You do pretty well without an head.
You would. Although,
and why? How did they come to the decision, Mark, whether to leave the aircraft static on the active, or when did they come to that decision, and how did they come to that? Because a couple of people are asking, why haven't they vacated the aircraft? Why have they left it on the active? Why has that occurred?
Because you've got more space on the runway. It's a 45-metre wide runway, so you've got space for the fire trucks to get around you. You're not worried about the airport. You're not worried about other aircraft. They've got another runway. If people are getting low on fuel, they can divert. Yeah. You're the priority. You're the one on the Mayday. You now own everything. You own the airport. Everything. You
take priority. Yeah.
Everything stops for you. Okay. So you want to stop on a runway because you've got room for fire trucks to get around you. You want to make sure it's always down to safety. You want to make sure that the aircraft's completely safe. You stopped on the runway, parking brakes on. The aircraft's now safe to a point. You want the fire brigade to do their checks, and then it depends on the problem. You might be able to taxi off on your own accord. I had a friend who had a hydraulic problem. They managed to taxi in on of their own. If you say you lose the yellow system on an Airbus, you can't taxi because the nose wheel doesn't work. So you have to be towed off.
Yeah.
But it depends on the problem, and what you see is the best course of action in the day. You have to weigh up all the information you've got at the time to make any sort of decision. And it might be that the best bet here is we'll shut the engines down, you get a tug out and tow us back to stand.
Yeah.
I mean, I was watching that thing land, and he did a fantastic job considering how heavy that aircraft must have been.
All the fuel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you reckon roughly on fuel? Down to thinking.
Haven't got a Scooby.
No idea. It'd been heavy though, wouldn't it?
It would have been. Yeah, I would have thought it'd be reasonably heavy. Yeah.
And I believe that route's pretty packed as well as far as packs goes as well.
Yeah,
so,
I think it had 339 people on board. Yeah. So it was pretty full.
Pretty well laden.
Yeah, but they looked like they did a fantastic job.
Really,
it was a safe outcome, and that's and this is what you train for. We do this every 6 months in the simulator. We train for these different emergencies.
And again, dependent on fuel, dependent on circumstances, would they not have dumped fuel, Mark?
They wouldn't have had time. They wouldn't have had time. Really,
okay.
You want to be high up to do it because the fuel will atomise.
Right.
We were talking to yesterday on our flight about this flight in America where they dumped fuel and they dumped it all over a school.
Oh. I mean, that'd be a big part of the like what's discussed during the emergency. I would have thought the weight of the aircraft, weight distribution, and everything else.
This was a quick one. This was let's get back on the ground quick.
Yeah.
But of course, there's one other thing to consider as well, is that when you stop on the runway, whether it's an emergency landing like that or a rejected takeoff, the thing that you have got to consider is, am I going to evacuate this aircraft?
Yeah.
And the evacuation checklist is quite clever in the way that it's laid out. That you start running the emergency evacuation checklist, and then it gets to a point where you stop, and you have a long hard think, and you go, do I really want to do this?
Yeah.
Do I really want to blow the slides, get everyone off this aircraft?
Yeah.
And it's good in that sense, because it gives you just a minute to stop and pause. And go, right, do I really want to do this?
Just gives you that brief second to reevaluate a few things and prioritise,
they do it in the simulator. I mean, we did it at the last simulator. Okay, engine fire, stop on the runway. Right, okay, do the engine fire checklist. Has the fire gone out? No. Fire the other bottle. Has it gone out? No. Right, let's evacuate. So we run through the checklist, and then you get to the point and you go, right, am I really going to do this?
No.
And that's the other thing that you've got to consider with all of this. But it looks like the lads did a great job.
It does. Like I say, and ATC looked like they dealt with it incredibly professionally. All the ground ops, you'd expect nothing less here at Manchester. The crew and everything seemed to deal with things extremely well in those circumstances. So panic was averted, and now just feels a bit grim for those passengers when they were looking forward to going on the jollies and whatnot. And of course, things that took a bit of a change for them now. So what'll happen with those plaques now, Mark? Will they get will they be sent, will they all hotelled, or?
I don't know. I mean, they'd probably initially you just put them back in the terminal to start with, and if you've got a spare aircraft sitting around, you get that fueled up and get another crew in.
Which it seems that TUI don't.
Yeah, they might have one at Gatwick, and normally you'll get a positioning flight coming up. They might position, an empty aircraft up from Gatwick and take over, but most airlines are pretty good at looking after their passengers. Some which shall name nameless, aren't quite so good.
And we did notice on the two appliances which went to the rear of the aircraft, the stranded aircraft. We did notice the two appliances to the rear. They were actually operating like the. It's a camera on the end of the boom, isn't it, Mark?
I think it might be a FLIR camera, FLIR. It's like a thermal camera that you can have a look at the temperatures of things.
Yeah, they're just keeping an eye on the engine temps and everything else, brake temps and stuff like that,
Yeah. Okay. Terry's asking who decides which slides to deploy in case of engine fire. Well, normally the camera crew look out the window, and if they see flames, then they don't blow those slides. One airline, they used to shout, evacuate, danger left or danger right, so that you knew, that's where the problem is. But I mean, like I said, we all train for this regularly. It's one of those things.
Yeah. And like you said, Mark, I'll just let this traffic off. And like you say, you can practice all you want in the sim and whatnot for those occurrences, but nothing stranger like an IRL situation like that. Yeah?
The what, sorry?
I was just saying, you can train to every extent in the sim and whatnot, but nothing stranger as well as an IRL situation like that.
Yeah. I mean, you practice it over and over again. So when this happens, it's sort of almost like a non-event.
Yeah.
The training in the UK and Europe is so good.
Yeah.
And it's got to be.
Yes.
And that when something happens, it almost is like a non-event. And I mean, we did it in the Fear of Flying videos. We talked about things that worry people, and people worry about an engine failure. It's so rare now.
Yeah.
Especially with the new engines, they're so reliable.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's so rare. I mean, you can go your whole career without ever having one.
Yeah.
You can fly for 40-odd years and never have an engine failure.
And never have an actual emergency.
Exactly,
in some cases, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Not even a bird strike.
Yeah, I mean, I've hit a few birds, but nothing major. You know, they bounced off the nose or hit the engine or whatever, but they've never caused any problems. Yeah, it's very, very, very safe.
In case you are wondering what Mark's on about, Pilot Explains. That's a couple of the videos which have been uploaded onto our Airliners Lounge channel. And if you have a bit edgy when you're taking a flight or anything like that, make sure you check some of those videos out, which Mark explains to an awesome extent how safe aviation really is, and all the scenarios and all the sounds, all the weird odd sounds that you hear when you're airborne and on the ground. Just explaining that everything is just common, and great videos. I heard a lot of awesome feedback from those videos, Mark, about people.
What is it, 1.1 million views or something? It's doing it quite well.
Yeah, awesome.
There's a Qatar 350 coming in.
Qatar 350, beautiful, beautiful aircraft about to touch down, ladies and gents. Hopefully won't get photobombed by the king of the skies.
What, the FriYAY?
Look at that, two stunning aircraft in shot. The Qatar making light work of the touchdown. Yeah, so any questions you may have, let Mark know in the chat, and I'm pretty sure within reason he'll be able to offer you an answer up as well, guys. So Mark's always happy to answer any questions that you may have. So
Matt's asking, is it messy if a 320 hits a seagull? Who cleans it up? And all the engineers that come out with their cloths and clean it all up. But it depends where it goes.
Yeah.
If it goes into the engine, if it goes in the outer section, then the engineers have a look and go, yeah, it's fine. If it goes through the centre section, through the inner bit, then they have to do a bit more of an inspection. I might have to do get a borescope
always
out.
Looks incredibly drastic when they hit the windshield and stuff, though, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah, well, I'm sure I said it in one of the videos that the windshields are about 9 plies thick, and they're heated. They've got heating elements in them, and it makes them slightly flexible. And it's one of the reasons why you get that mask around the windshield of the 350, and it dissipates the heat into the body, because you've got, you imagine you're flying along the outside temperature minus 65. The airframe the metal's going to go down to minus 65.
Yeah.
And the windshield's quite hot. It's hot to touch. Sometimes it's too hot to touch.
Yes.
And it's quite, you get this delamination on the windshield, and the engineers draw a line around it and they monitor it. But it's slightly flexible. So if you do hit a bird, it generally, the windshield just, doesn't smash or anything. It doesn't go through it.
No.
They do these, they used to do these tests where they fire bird carcasses and windshields.
Chickens.
Yeah.
Fried chickens and stuff.
Yeah. I remember a story where they were doing it, and the windshield kept failing, and they went back to the windshield manufacturer and they said, this keeps failing. They're like, yeah, well, defrost the chickens first. They were firing frozen chickens. It was going straight through the windshield. Like chucking a brick in it.
Bit of a defrost.
Yeah. I was on my flight yesterday. I was flying with a brand new first officer. It was her first flight after her training. She'd done a final test last week, and this was her first flight with a normal captain, the poor girl got given me. And she was absolutely brilliant. Fantastically good. 21 years old. Fantastically good. Did a lovely approach and landed in Antalya. But she was telling me her mum works for BA on the 380 as cabin crew. And they've nicknamed it the FriYAY because it's always late. Yeah, you're getting a good picture of those masks around the windshield now.
Crew full concentration on the taxi back. This aircraft will park over at T2.
Well, Sarah's asking about ACARS. Yeah, it works on our aircraft, fine. We log on with the CPDLC to the controllers, and we get the data link, we get bring the weather off. It works fine on our aircraft. Matt's asking about a bird strike if you hit the nose plane. There is a side effect to that, but you can have a situation because the nose cone is normally made out of fiberglass. There are pictures on the internet where the bird goes through the nose cone, and it can cause you a few problems because the weather radar's behind that, so it can damage a very, very expensive weather radar. But what it can also do is, if you have a look, if you zoom in on the nose of that 7.3, Matt.
Yeah, 1 second, Mark. I'm just going to see if I can capture this. Police heli, just passing in front of the tower there.
The Barton Budgie.
And now it's the 380 is lined up, but I'll just give you a quick shot of the nose of the 7.3.
You see there's two grey probes just behind the front of the nose. The top one's a torpedo probe, that gives you airspeed. The one below it's your angle of attack. So if the airflow, because the nose is damaged, is disrupted because you've got a big hole in the nose, it can affect your airspeed readings and cause you a few problems with that as well.
Ah, right. Just behind this Ryanair 73, the king of the skies, biggest passenger aircraft on the planet, is now lined up and primed and ready for departure from 23 left here at Manchester during this FriYAY show brought to you by Airliners Live. Just been joined for the last hour or so by Captain Mark, our resident pilot.
Idiot.
So yeah, and I'll just reiterate, any questions you may have, keep it within reason, keep it clean, and Mark will try his utmost to reply to you and give you any answers that you may be interested in.
Oh.
Here we go, King of the Skies, spooling up. And this aircraft will be heading back to the Middle East, back to Dubai on the return leg. What looks like an extremely heavy Airbus A380 departs Manchester.
Yeah, it probably will be quite heavy today, won't it?
Yeah, I thought so.
With all the delays and cancellations out of Dubs.
Yeah.
It's all a bit moist over there, isn't it?
I tell you what, mate, I looked at the... I saw a clip on Twitch, and I thought someone was absolutely taking the mick. I thought, this is a joke. That is not Dubai. I don't care what anyone says. That is not Dubai. And it said like they had the worst rain or the worst rain ever recorded or something like that. I believe in some places in the Middle East they had like 10 inches of rain and stuff like that. It's like, good grief.
Yeah,
and of course they don't have like the infrastructure for adverse conditions like that in Dubai. Of course the drainage systems and stuff are not built for that capacity of rain, so it looked absolutely chaotic, didn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
I mean, you see this, I saw some aircraft like, and there was like actually still taxiing in like a couple of feet of water, and you're thinking, good grief, who's authorising this, you know?
Yeah, that Fly Dubai 7.3, wasn't it, going along? Yeah.
And I was thinking to myself, God, you must have a decent idea of the of a taxiway map in your head to be braving that, you know?
Well, I saw one of my mates yesterday, and he's leaving our airline to go and work for Emirates. He's on this fast track command thing, and he goes in about 9 days. And I said to him, you know, I hope you've got your wellies, but he's ginger. And we're like, hang on a minute, you know, you get sunburnt in the moonlight, you get sunburnt when you open the fridge door, the light comes on, and you get a cope out there. So, I saw one of my favourite first officers on the bus last night, and we were having a natter, and he's up for his command soon. He's going to do his captain's course hopefully very soon.
Okay.
And I've got real mixed emotions about it because I'm so pleased he's going to become a captain, because he'll be a fantastic captain. But I'm gutted that I won't get to fly with anymore. And his name's Fraser Burns, and his dad Roger is an avid follower of the channel, and he watches it every time. He's not in the chat, but he's always watching it. So hello, Roger, from us.
Hey, Roger, hope you okay, mate?
Yeah, he's a top man.
What a guy, legend.
Yeah.
Another reason for you being here, Mark? I believe you're flying later this afternoon. Where are you off to, Mark?
Where I'm off to later, Krakow at the moment.
Okay.
But I've already got loads of changes for the next 2 days, so anything can happen. Mark's asking, what do I fly? I fly the A320 319s, but we don't say who I fly for. It's a big secret, but if you're on here long enough, you'll work it out.
Yeah. Nice. Max is just crossing the arrivals runway over to 23 left. I'm just going to briefly get back to the chat and see if I've missed any support.
All right.
Which I have. I've just missed. Greg Cutler there, jumping in on the gifty hype with 5 Airliners Live gifted memberships back to the community. Thank you so much, Greg. You just enabled 5 members of the community to have 1 month of free business class membership, offering up discounts to our merch store and everything else. So enjoy that, guys, and please show your appreciation to Greg for his very generous support there. And now we have a TUI 73. It's going to be the next aircraft to touch down on 23 right. Active arrivals runway at the minute, still on dual ops.
It's a bit wibbly, isn't it?
Bit wibbly.
Yep.
I always try and explain this, Mark, especially when the wind's a bit of a northerly, northwesterly. And always remember what you always once said about the impact of the breeze coming off the top of the terminals and stuff like that. And I feel extreme. I feel that wind extreme when I'm up on the car park and stuff like that, you know.
I'll bet you do, mate, yeah.
Really feel it there.
It was, when we came in last night, it was quite wibbly. It was coming over the terminal, I think it was 290 at 15, 16, something like that.
Right.
That's what they were giving on the ground, and up at height, I mean, at 1,000 feet, it was 35 knots across.
Wow.
It did die off, actually, for a change. It wasn't quite as bad once we got nearer the ground, but it was fairly wibbly.
Did you hit the lever while you were flying over Donny by any chance?
I didn't, no. I was nice. We didn't need it. We got the shortcut, because normally, you see the FriYAY do this arrival where it takes you up to the north to a place called Burnley and loops you around.
Yeah.
But what I do is I reprogram the computer. So I put in a point 17 miles from the Pole Hill VOR beacon on our track, and I put in a level restriction of about 10,000 feet there.
Right.
And I know that if we're going to get the shortcut, if I'm 10,000 feet there, I can get it. And they told us fairly early on we were getting the shortcut, and then give us a heading towards the runway. So I went right over the top of Big Don. And I knew I was going to pull the speed brake just to wake Suze up, but I thought, no, I don't need to, because I've reset the box up and it didn't need it. I've just had a message from Fraser. His dad Roger is watching today. So hello, Roger, from us.
How you doing, Roger, mate? Good to have you with us, mate. Thanks for getting involved.
Matt Healy's asking, was it weird to transfer from yoke to stick? Is it weird for right-handed captains to fly with their offhand? Yeah, if you're used to flying a Boeing and you go to the Airbus, it's a completely different philosophy.
Right.
It does take a bit of getting used to, because Airbus, it's not like an aircraft where you actually fly. You set pitches, you set wings level or bank angles and stuff like that, and the computer was supposed to hold it for you.
Just a little bit more work to do in the thingy, Mark?
Well, no, it's supposed to be less, but you end up fighting. If you're trying to fly it like a Boeing, you'll end up over controlling it.
Right.
There was a video from years ago.
That's just like overcompensating for.
It's hard to explain, but you've just got to not touch that stick.
Yeah.
And I was given a bit of advice years ago, but I can't say it on the channel because it's far too rude. But it does involve touching that stick as little as possible.
Yeah, I do remember you mentioning to me, like...
in the sim, wasn't it? Yeah.
Touch it like that. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. We can.
Yeah.
Ryanair not quite making the rapid exit, and he probably won't make the exit in front of us either. It's going pretty quick, so it's going to vacate further down the runway.
It is difficult for Matt when you go from the right-hand seat to the left-hand seat. It's difficult because the picture out the window's wrong, because you've got the windshield's angled. If you look at the 380 and the 350, the actual dashboard thing is actually quite flat.
Yeah.
And I think that's to get away from this problem. But when you look, the angles looking out the window are completely different. And now your hands are doing different things. And I got used to it by driving with my left hand on the steering wheel in anticipation for I'm going to have to start flying the plane with my left hand. That made a big difference.
Right.
But the actual map controls in front of you as well are the wrong way round. And for some time you will be turning the wrong knob because they're completely the wrong way round.
Take your head off and put it on the other way around.
Yeah, it's the only way of doing it. It's just a nightmare. But yeah, I mean, when you fly 7.5, it's quite stable. You don't need to put a lot of inputs in. You know, you just turn the, you can turn the control column, you trim it, you pitch it, whatever. And you're flying it like a conventional aircraft. With the 7.3, I found it to be quite wibbly with that new wing on it, and quite, not very stable. Yeah. So you're putting bigger and more inputs in. Plus, the control column is bigger. So you're putting bigger inputs in, and then when you come to the Airbus, the advice is don't touch the thing. Just set a pitch, set a bank angle, leave it. Yeah,
just leave it alone.
And you will see sometimes on windy days, you'll see the Airbuses coming in, and they end up doing this massive sort of wing wave.
Yeah.
And what happens is you set a pitch and a bank angle. Say I want to be 2.5 degrees nose up, wings level. You hit a gust and the left wing drops. The computer goes, oh, he didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I'll pick the wing up. And it takes a little bit of time to do it. So then you put an input in to pick the wing up.
And meanwhile, it's,
And the computer goes, oh, he wants to go right now. So then it puts it in, and then you end up out of sync with it. And it's called pilot-induced oscillations. And the trick is just set it and just leave it for a second.
Leave it.
Yeah, don't touch the flaming thing.
Just leave it alone.
There is another comparison, obviously I can't say it on the channel, about landing a Boeing in a gusty wind compared to an Airbus in a gusty wind. Landing a Boeing in a gusty wind is like throwing a sack of spuds at the runway, it's not difficult. But landing an Airbus in a gusty wind is like being with an ungrateful pig in a rowing boat. But I can't tell you what you're doing to this. But it's all over the shop.
We can only imagine.
Yeah.
You've had a pig in a rowing boat.
Well, every day it's windy coming in here in an Airbus.
There you go. This is one of the least Jet 273 aircraft. Commencing the climb. While this Pegasus. Another aircraft with the face mask. Rather face mask design there.
Yeah. It looks like they've got the LEAP engines rather than the Pratt & Whitneys that the Turkish ones have got. No, there's a fly pigs going out just as one comes in.
I think it's common that actually
Is it?
I think they only the majority of them operate from one stand at the minute. So.
Mate, Turkey's so popular at the moment.
Oh
it's
man,
amazing how many
routes coming out of Turkey are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Which is good, I think. I think it's pretty good. It makes the market more competitive and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We had a mate of mine on the flight down yesterday. He was going down to get his teeth done. He'll be at the dentist today out in Antalya having his teeth done. Oh. I told him just go to a pub in Withenshaw and you can get your teeth sorted out there for free.
Logan Air ATR 72600 operated by Emerald Airlines. Climbs out. Rather shallow climb. These ATRs cope in this weather really well, don't they, Mark?
Yeah, they seem to be alright, don't they?
Seem to do okay,
I've got a mate who used to fly me, he loved it. Then there's a friend of mine, her husband flew it for a bit and he hated it. So I don't know. Yeah, he didn't like it at all.
They do seem to cope really well in like the adverse conditions when it's blustery and stuff, Yeah. A lot better than like some of like the jet-powered aircraft. They do seem to cope with it really well. Oh, it looks like a KLM E2. Oh, is it just standard? Standard. Yep, standard Embraer. I can tell simply by the circumference of those engines.
I like the E2. It looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tracy's asking why some airport codes have an X in their codes, BHX, LHX. I don't know. I think it's just because you've got to have a three-letter code, and they use whatever's available. Malaga is AGP, and I've heard that MAG or whatever was taken, so they just went for AG, and then they just stuffed a letter on the end. I did hear one theory, which I haven't had confirmed, that that area years ago was ruled by a Roman governess called Agrippina or Agripunto, I can't remember the name.
Hence why AGP.
Everyone loved her, and they got that from there, but I'm not convinced that one's true. Oh, Christina's saying every time I'm over Mersey, feel free to make as much noise as you like. Yeah, well, my flat's not far from the Mersey hold, so yeah, I don't mind when I'm not in there.
Do have a bit of support to catch up on now, Mark. Just briefly, mate. Tracy D dropping in on the gifted train. Thank you so much, Tracy. Carlos Supermod himself offering up a One Airlines Live gifted membership. Thank you so much, Carl. Chester Mike, another one of our mega mods, the Oracle himself, offering up a gifted membership back to the community. Thank you so much, Mike. And also Pia offering up One Airlines Live gifted membership. Thank you so much for your support today, guys. It's been absolutely awesome. And I do believe that may take us close to our T-shirt giveaway. So yeah, that should enable us to be giving away a Airliners Live T-shirt of whoever wins the draw on Sunday. All the draws for the giveaways take place on Sunday during this Super Sunday show. So yeah, that looks like we've pretty sure we've reached the T-shirt target now. Oh, look at this! It's great to see. Another lovely heavy in the form of this Transat A330. That looks really small for a 330, doesn't it? That does on to my eye.
Yeah. Is it 200?
I think it looks like a 200. Yeah. Looks short, doesn't it? Great to see, though. Great to see Transat operating a heavy out of Manchester. Superb. Now with a bit of a Wookie is the Pegasus, just spooling up.
Lee's asked, he's saying he came back from Dalaman the other day. The captain, the FO, looked very young. Do they recruit straight from nursery? Yeah, well, there's a pilot shortage, we'll take anyone.
Yeah. Hey, and how do you feel, Mark? Feeling like a fully, well, I bet you do, mate. But like, when you're flying with a thing, you can tell us here, you know. Do you feel nervous when you're flying with a new...
No.
Tell us, you can tell us.
No, it's...
you can be honest with us.
No, not at all, because the training's so good.
Yeah.
They won't put you in for a final line check unless you're competent.
Yeah.
And I remember flying with a guy a while ago. He's a really, really good lad, and he'd only been online a week after his training. And, you know, you sort of sit there and you're thinking... You know, he's only been online a week, and he was great. He was brilliant. And we came in about a week or so later on 2-3 right, and there was, again, wind over the terminal, about 12, 13, 14 knots, whatever, over the terminal. He absolutely greased it on. He was a lovely bloke.
What a guy.
Amy's asking, is Cyprus easy to land at? Yeah, we go to Paphos, and been there in the 7.5 as well. It's got no radar, so it's all procedural. So you have to fly over the beacon and track away from the beacon and turn in, and it's you've got to tell them, you know, sometimes what height you're passing, so they know where you are and whether, you know, something can take off. So it's interesting, but yeah, it's fine. It's one of them. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I like that one. Long old day out. I had another question I'm just looking for now.
Did hear a bit of a Wookie there, and that might be because the Air France A220 is now on the taxi out for departure back to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Normally around an hour's flight time for that routing. Well, one of Mark's favourite airports to land into, yeah.
Which
Paris
one?
Charles de Gaulle.
Oh.
Your favourite, one of your definitely in your top three. That,
no, I don't know that one. I don't know that one.
Hey, it's not great as a PAX, mate. Trust me.
No, it's not great as a
great
pilot either. It's a nightmare. It's a pain in the backside. Just awkward. Tina was saying she was waving on the telly, mate. I was waving back all the time.
Mark waves back every single time.
Yeah. Alexa's asking, do you like it when passengers thank you after a flight or only rush for a next flight and call it an inconvenience? No, not at all. We always like it. We do chuckle sometimes because occasionally people stick their head through the door and go, thanks very much, driver. So I normally reply with, you're welcome, passenger. Driver, honestly.
Driver.
But yeah, no, it's nice.
Cheers, driver.
Thanks, driver.
Thanks, driver.
Yeah. And give my big PA, thanks, the history lesson, driver. I'm like,
bucket reverses on this BizJet, just be retracted. SPATT, the reg, and the EasyJet. So waiting earlier is now on the road.
Wookie.
Wookie.
Erica's asking, did I start my pilot training journey young? I had my first flight in a light aircraft, my first flying lesson the day before my 21st birthday.
Wow.
Which was a long time ago. Everything was in black and white back then, apparently.
Aren't we in training for that?
Oh, mate, I was a nightmare in my 20s because I kept going out on the drinks and kept sort of stopping.
Okay.
And, I just did it on and off, you know. I didn't do the year course. I hour-built and did it with modular route and then became a flying instructor. So if I was a bit more focused and a bit less stupid in the early 20s, I could have done it a lot quicker, but I wasn't. He's looking well today.
He's loving it, dude. Just going to briefly get away from there because the Transat 330 is now on the takeoff roll back to Toronto. Great to see this aircraft.
He's got the wing light on.
Got the wing light on.
Mm.
And these winglets do normally produce a bit of ribbonage. Whether the atmosphere is correct and good enough for that, I'm not sure. Let's see and find out.
I don't think it's moist enough.
I don't think it's quite there, is it? Landing gear goes up on the Transat.
Tim's asking, is there any issues with the accents, languages between ATC and flight crews? Yes. There's supposed to be a standard level of English that everyone's supposed to meet, but you don't get it sometimes. And I always brief this, you know, if we're going into somewhere where this is known, and say, you know, another threat to consider is ATC. Any clearance we get we're not happy with, we'll refuse. Any clearance we're unsure about, we'll ask for clarification.
Yeah.
Mark's asking if I've been into Madeira. Yeah, I went in the 7.5 donkeys years ago. I've done it in the sim a few times. Did it in the sim with Fezzer, actually, but we had nice weather.
Here we go. Will we get a quick walkie on the spool up? Go on, give it some love. Police heli, as you may be able to hear in the audio. In the background is still active there over the southern end of the airfield. So something occurring over there. But our emphasis is just on this Air France A220. What time are we on? We're on 1:20. I think it would wrap up around 2ish, I think. What do you reckon, Mark?
Around that one you like, buddy. It's your show.
I think it would wrap up around 2 o'clock. That should be pretty ample. Did start around 10 o'clock this morning. Here we go, Air France A220. Now beginning its takeoff roll from 23 left.
Greg's asking what are my thoughts on the A220. Looks lovely, doesn't it? It'll be a fantastic aircraft when they get those engines sorted.
Yes, it would.
And they finally fix them. It'll be great. Shame you're not going till 3 because the first officer I was with yesterday is off to Amsterdam at 3. And she didn't know there were streamers at Manchester because obviously this is her first airline job, and I was telling her about the channel and telling her when it's on sort of thing, and she was so excited. She was like, oh, my mum will be able to see me and all this other. Yeah, it'd be great.
Mate, we'll see what happens. You never know what happens on my shows. Don't promise anything, but you never know.
Daniel's asking, what's the liveliest flight I fly? With passengers, it used to be the Alicantes out of Newcastle, and out of here, it's the Antalias can have their moments.
Yeah.
The Enfeeders, I'm doing that tomorrow, they can be a bit
Another
interesting.
route that you're not keen on there,
Yeah, I don't mind it. The airport's great. It's all modern, and there's never anyone around.
Right.
They just clear you straight. I'll go up 24,000 feet, go away from me sort of thing. It's great. But yeah, I mean, it's just certain flights we get some real unpleasant passengers. Generally, they're mostly all right, but I just don't understand how people can act that way.
No.
Yesterday, you know, the cabin crew on their hands and knees with dustpans and brushes trying to clear up the mess that, well, you know, this family had made.
Good grief.
Crisps all over the floor. Mate, you should have seen it. You know, we've seen dirty nappies dumped in the seat pockets.
Oh, mate, what's going on?
I know, mate. It's,
that's bangers, that bit.
I don't know what's going on, mate, honestly.
That brew is perfect, Mark. 2 sugars.
Good man.
Absolutely spot on brew.
Spot on.
What a guy.
Sean's asking, notice when planes take off, you see some light black smoke coming from the engines. Is that normal? And he's a nervous flyer. So yeah, it's quite normal. It's just like exhaust from the combustion chambers at the centre of the engine. It's quite normal. And if you're a nervous flyer, Sean, have a look. We've got on the Airliners Live channel, we've got Captain Debunks 8 Fears of Flying, and on the Airliners Lounge, we've got the second one as well. We've done a follow-up one. So there's loads of things there that, you know, tell you, well, you shouldn't be afraid. It's quite safe, mate.
Yeah.
And if you're on the Discord, you know, feel free to chuck me a message, and we'll, you know, I'll answer any questions you like.
Awesome. Nice one, Mark. Norwegian Red Nose just hitting the V1 and commencing the climb.
Now, see, Split Scimitar saying the P in AGP is a nod to Picasso, Malika's most favourite residence. So there's another one I've never heard that before.
There you go, yeah. Turkish A321 is on the taxi out.
On the track with the engines.
Yeah.
Simon's asking, do the passengers leave the plane on the remote stand, or do they have to wait till it's moved? Normally they go off on buses. You get buses and chuck them on and off they go.
Yeah. That was weird. I saw last week, Mark. I saw like one of the TUI Dreamliners. So yeah, they loaded all the packs, everything like that. Got all the packs loaded, all the baggage, everything. Moved it to one stand down because there's no fuel on the remote where they left the aircraft overnight. Couldn't believe it, mate. Obviously struggling for a bit of room on the on the ground at Manchester at a minute, with the new terminal being erected and whatnot.
So we ain't got enough parking spaces.
Not enough, mate.
My airline would like loads more planes in. There's nowhere to park.
Absolutely.
Young Jill has asked, she asked this question earlier. Sorry, Jill, I didn't even see it. Is there a technical term for crabbing? Yeah, I mean, it's when you're coming in sideways for the wind.
Yeah, I think Jill was asking if that's the terminology which you guys use as well. Is it a terminology that
that's
you guys
what we use. Yeah. I've actually done an article for the newsletter about landing in crosswinds. So it should be in the next newsletter whenever that comes out. But it's just when you're coming in with a bit of drift on. You would do today. I mean, Lucas just put the METAR up, 310 at 17 knots. There's that shower. There's a cumulonimbus cloud, that big dark cloud, and that's probably not helping the situation. But yeah, you can't point to the runway because the wind will blow you off to the side. So what you do is you point into wind. So the runway is now out to the side, and then as you come into land, you want to lay off the drift.
Yeah.
So as you start the flare, start to pull the nose up, you'll push the rudder to straighten the nose of the aircraft. And what I always do is put a little bit of wing down, and that stops the aircraft being blown off the centre line.
Just compensates for it a little bit. Okay, yeah. Tom McCarthy asking, what's the latest update on the 2M156, the squawk? All we're aware of at the minute, Tom, is that the aircraft was returned to stand, and we're not entirely sure what's occurred after that. So
yeah, the emergency's been cancelled according to my notes anyway.
Okay.
Paul is asking, do we have to do recurrent training in the pool, and do you have to prove a good swimmer skill? No, you only do that on your very, very first one. And as soon as you've got your ticket saying you've done your wet drills, that's it.
Okay.
Suits me. Because I don't like swimming, because every time I go near water, the Japanese turn up, try and harpoon me, and then Greenpeace pitches up, and it all gets a bit messy, doesn't it?
Mark.
Leslie's asking, phones not on plane mode, are they a nuisance or true distraction? Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, because Mr. Boeing and Mrs. Airbus spend an awful lot of money trying to shield all the electronics, the sensitive electronics on board the aircraft from these interferences. And you do get interference off it. and there was I remember years ago, there was a Qantas 747-400 going into Heathrow. Someone had their laptop on, and it interfered with the autopilot.
Wow.
So, if you're on an aircraft, get them on plane mode, flight mode rather, and yeah.
There's a reason. There's methods to it all, you know.
Yeah. It is a bit of an issue. I mean, as Andy said on the stream the other day, I've been chatting with him a little bit about this GPS spoofing business.
Yeah, we was discussing that the other day on Monday.
Yeah, we're getting it a little bit over sort of Egypt and Paphos and all of that. You get GPS jamming, which is all right. It's a pain in the backside. You'll get a ping and GPS primary lost, and these messages come up.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal. I mean, the 757s I used to fly never had GPS, so we didn't need it. You've got the RSs, you know, it does update from land-based beacons, so it knows pretty much where it is. It's quite accurate once you get airborne. But when you've got aircraft rely so much on GPS, it becomes a bit more of an issue. And the way that the authorities want to go, they want to get rid of ILSs, they want to get rid of the VOR that's on the end of the airfield here. They want to go all down the GPS route. Now, that's all well and good when the kit's working.
Yeah.
And there is the other thing to consider, is that one day the American public are going to realise that there's a massive hole of billions of their tax dollars going into keeping these satellites in space that everyone's using for free.
Yeah.
And one day they might turn around and say, actually, hang on a minute.
Yeah. these are ours.
Yeah.
Everyone's utilising these with no charge. What's going on?
Brody's asking, do you always fly the aircraft, or do you and the FO take over mid-flight? The rules are that every sector is the commander's. It's up to the commander to decide which, if any, they want to give away. And as long as the weather's fine, then the FO, gets the choice. I just say, what do you want? We'll do. Which way do you want to go?
What do you prefer, Mark? Do you prefer return leg or outbound?
As I say at the FO, as I said, I don't give a monkeys. It's a bit of tarmac to me.
Yeah.
I've been doing this so long now. It's just a bit of tarmac. I really don't care.
Dependent on the airport, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going in the southerly runway at Dalaman, it's captain's only. If I'm going to Jersey or the Isle of Man, it's captain's only landing. Like yeah, it's captain's only. So sometimes the decision's made. If we're going somewhere and the wind's 30 knots across, in our company the FO's got a 20 knot crosswind limit, so they can't do it.
Yeah.
So I've got to do it. But as long as the weather's decent, today we're going off to Krakow. By the time we get there, it should be all right. By the time we come back, the weather's all right. I'll just say FO, whatever you like. I don't care.
Not bothered.
What do you fancy?
Easy going, aren't you, Mark?
I don't give a monkeys, mate. Don't care anymore, honestly. It's I can't get too excited. I find that most FOs want to take the aircraft to the destination.
Yeah.
And that's fine with me. I don't care. Minsom's asking, if they landed overweight because of fuel, is that the airframe done, or does it mean more inspection before they can use it again? Yeah, it means it has to have an engineering inspection. It doesn't mean the aircraft's knackered or anything. It just needs an engineering check. Most of the time, they just go on board and press a few buttons on the computer, and the plane will tell them. And you look at the rate of descent on landing and how hard it lands and all that sort of thing. And if it's had a bit of a nudge, then you might have to have an inspection on the landing gear or stuff like that.
Just taking a bit of evasive action with a bit of waterproofing, guys. Just bear with me a second.
Good lad. Stacey's asking, how does nose wheel steering connect with the rudder? On landing, I see the rudder moving, but the plane going straight. With the Airbus, it blends at around, I think it's about 120 knots. So you start off the nose wheel. You've got a nose wheel till it's like a little steering wheel with a side. You steer the nose wheel with that. And the rudder pedals will steer the nose wheel. So you line up on the runway, and as you start the takeoff roll, you're keeping it straight with the rudder pedals. And as you go faster, the rudder becomes effective, because at slow speeds, it's not actually working. It's not got enough air going over it to make it work. And I think it depends on the weight, but you're looking around about 108 knots. The rudder starts to become alive and become of some use. So what Airbus very cleverly do is they blend out the nose wheel steering and blend in the rudder. So once you're going at, say, 130 knots, it's all rudder and no nose wheel steering. Very clever. Bobby Joe's asking, some aircraft have Wi-Fi. Does that not affect it at all? No, I don't know how. We had a couple of planes with it, and it was a bit hit and miss. It was like an onboard box. But it's all, they test it all before they fit it. Sasha's asking what items you're allowed to carry on board. Hand luggage. I haven't got a clue. I think every airline's got different rules. They make them up as they go along, a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them tend to, yeah, correct.
And it's a good little learner for certain airlines. You know, a friend of ours is going on a flight with an airline well known for this, and I said, look, just read the terms and conditions really, really carefully.
Yeah. There we go, Pegasus, now on the departure roll. Traditional Manchester weather just blowing through, bit of a cell, forcing us to just put a bit of waterproofing on the camera. Live to fight another day. As is tradition, we've had all the weathers now. Bit of rain, bit of sunshine. BizJet lined up.
Daniel was asking, do I prefer the CEO or the Neo? Neo's definitely. Absolutely.
Hey, and your mate himself, Mr. John Fezzer, jumping in on the gifty hype. Cheers, John. Thank you very much, mate. Offering up one Airliners Live gifted membership back to the community. Cheers, Fezzer. Hope you're okay, lad. And huge thank you to you as well, Razor Backroo there with one Airliners Live gifty. And also Leslie Lee's jumping in on the gifty hype. Also, thank you so much, Leslie. Cheers, Razor, and thank you, Fezzer. Awesome support, guys.
It's 1:30. Fezzer's up.
1:30.
What?
Get in there.
I did see his comment about me being up before 2. I'm like, well, I didn't get back at 4:30 in the morning like I did the other day, you know. Barry's asking how long I've been flying for. 30 years this year from my first flying lesson.
Wow.
Oh, no, actually, no, it's 31 years this year from my first flying lesson.
Wow. 31 years, lad.
Yeah. Paul's asking, why do we measure speed in knots, not mph? Because when aviation started, they needed something to base it against, and they used shipping. That's why you have nautical miles and knots and stuff like that. But yeah, that was all they had to work against.
Wow, coming down now, guys. This weather, hopefully it'll blow through pretty quick. No, we can't handle it. There's a big dirty cloud though behind us.
And Bev's is saying if she was on a plane and I was flying, it'd try and get over the claustrophobia. I think Bev was, if I'm on a flight and Bev's on board, she needs to let me know so she can come up and have a look up the front when I'm on the ground.
Get in.
Give her a tour. Christina's saying I've been flying for as long as she's been alive. Cheers! Make me feel really old now. It was hard enough yesterday when my 21-year-old first officer, said, "Oh, I'm 21," and I'm sitting there like, I was a flying instructor when you were born.
This guy's playing up, Stephen.
Herbert's asking, what's the most difficult airport you fly to? The Isle of Man can be quite interesting on the easterly runway, because they've got an instrument landing system, but it's not lined up with a runway, so it just doesn't make any sense, and it's a really short runway. Barcelona can be interesting, and Malaga with the air traffic, and Malaga's brought in all these new arrival and departure ways in, and they've got all these wibbly-wobbly lines, and I went there the other day, it was just a nightmare. The air traffic were having a bit of an event. It was like they'd only been using them about 2 days, and everyone was like, we didn't know where we were going, and it was just hard work. And there was a storm like this over the airport. It was actually a thunderstorm, and it come up over, and it picked up a load of dust and mud from Africa. So it actually said on the weather, windshield visibility reduced due to dust in the rain, and runways and taxiways slippery by contaminated mud. And I was like,
oh, tasty.
And Bobby Joe, we don't say what airline I fly for. It's a big secret, because but if you keep watching, you'll work it out.
Yep.
Amy's trying to get a tour as well. I'm like, whoa, I don't know.
Hey, and a huge thank you to Bobby Joe Duffy there, jumping in with signing up to premium economy. Thank you so much, Bobby. Awesome. Thank you so much. Coming down now, guys. Bit of rain. Nothing we aren't used to here at Manchester. As I say, hopefully it'll blow through pretty quick for us.
Fezza's saying Mark's a secret, Nigel. They didn't want me, Fezza. I went for a BA interview years ago and I was on the 7.5 and I turned up and the bloke walked in and said, well, we want 320 drivers, we want 7.3 drivers, we don't want 7.5 drivers. And I'm sitting there like, oh, well, this was a waste of time, wasn't it? Herbert's saying, is the Sahara dust bad for the engines? Yeah. We did this in the sim recently because they had one who got coated in sand and flew back to Gatwick or wherever, and when they landed they sort of looked at the plane and it was a completely different colour. It looked like an Etihad plane. Wow. So yeah, you've got to be really careful. I used to fly on the 75 down to Asimasoon in Algeria, and they used to get these really bad sandstorms come in and you all got this Palmer. And you take these oil workers down there and they're absolutely over the moon if you had to divert the Palmer because they got a night on the beers, in a Palmer nightclub instead of, an oil rig in the middle of the, the gaffer. So, yeah. Stacey's asking, does the rain change aircraft handling, throat speed, stall speed, radiation speed? When you do your takeoff performance, when the runway's wet like this, it will change your speeds, it will change your engine power settings. The main problem you've got to be careful of is if you're picking up ice. But wet runway, it'll take longer to accelerate because there's more drag trying to get the wheels through the wet, and it'll take longer to slot because the runway's slippery. So Simon's asking, have you ever flown into Doncaster? I've not, but we used to use it as an alternate if there was like a strong southerly wind. That thing reminds me of, the little Chihuahua dogs. They're really small and they make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Yeah. Sam seems terrified of flying after a bad one, and he's not, bad flight from Gran Canaria, he's not flown in 15 years.
Wow.
Sam, mate, have a look through the videos on this site, and there's a video that I've done with debunking the fears of flying. Have a watch of that, and there's another one on Airliners Lounge. Have a watch of them, mate, and hopefully that'll get your confidence back, and if not, get yourself on the Discord. Any questions I can answer for you, mate, I'll, get you back in the skies. The Merch Queen Zone, she's asking, what's my favourite crew meal? She ought to be on stage, shouldn't she? Yeah. Joanna's right, none of them, I was asking if you ever thrown someone off board and called the police. Yeah, regularly, mate. It happens quite a lot.
It's an EasyJet taxi past us as it makes a racket.
And Bobby Joe saying, have you ever gone into Stansted? Yeah, worked out Stansted a few times. I love the airport. It's a great airport. Really good.
Wow, some shower that.
That was good, wasn't it?
Absolutely drenched up here now.
Mate, I'll have to get you another cuppa in a minute.
Absolutely soaking.
Razorback Rose asking, has I ever been given a decent meal while flying? Yeah, at my last airline, we were coming back from Sierra Leone and we were supposed to have the president on board. So we had all the president and his entourage and all their food on board. And when we turned up, he'd actually gone a couple of hours early on Gaddafi's private 727.
Wow.
You know, quality guy. But all the food was left, so we had the president's food and the entourage's food, and that was quite nice.
Okay. The lens a quick wipe.
Spartan Simon's asking, why did I go from BMX to flying? Because I got hurt and lost my butt and I was never that good to start with.
I don't know, mate. You got some skills on that BMX, bro. I'll tell you that for now. More skills than I've got.
I did a show for our church up north in January for the kids. They're doing me handstands and all my tricks. Now I hadn't ridden my bike in 2 years.
Yeah.
And I managed to walk away without a scratch. I was over the moon.
How
And then the
did you
next
do
week,
that?
I gave myself a flaming paper cut. You know. I was like, what? Ben's asking, do you know when you've been hit by lightning in flight? Yeah, normally you do because there's an almighty bang. And but I mean, I've never had it. Most planes get hit about once a year. You'll find a little burn hole and you get the engineers out. Oh yeah, there's the exit. Let's find the.
Excuse me.
Let's find the where it hit. And they do an inspection and it's generally all right. Off it goes. Not a problem. I knew a guy years ago, good lad. He used to fly the Electra for Air Antique.
Oh yeah, okay.
And they got hit by ball lightning. You could see it travelling through the fuselage.
Wow.
It went in the nose, and he said you could see it travelling down the fuselage. It went out the tail. Great deal of I'm like, oh, I would fancy that.
Mental.
No, I'm not, Joe. I'm not doing the early flights at the moment.
Steering clear, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, get back to the action now. Just have to give everything a quick brief wipe down, live to fight another day, as we always say here on Airline's Live.
Is it moist?
It's a bit wet, mate. Bit wet. Now we can't handle though, as I say, we're used to it here. Just get the duck feet out, crack on.
Daniel's asking, is there a difference between flying the 319 and 320? Yes, 319 is lovely for an Airbus. It's not as nice as a 75, but it handles quite nicely. It's
you enjoy the 319s,
I do, mate. Yeah, it's more responsive, and it's for an Airbus. It's all right. It's not bad. It's noisier, and they're older and they're a bit rattly these days. But it handles a lot nicer. The CEOs. They're not as responsive, and the ones with the sharklets are even worse. And Neo's a bit better. They've tweaked it a little bit, and it does handle a bit. It handles better, in my opinion, than the. A funny old noise, isn't it?
Funny old noise.
Yeah, it handles better, but yeah, the 319. I mean, I don't think there's any at Manchester for my airline this summer. I think it's all going to be 320s.
Hey, and a massive thank you to you, Andy, for dropping one Airliners Live gifted membership back into the community there. Thank you so much, Andy. Hope you're doing okay there. Over in Wales. Cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Hey, Derek. Always love listening to Captain Mark giving us insights into professional aviation and his dislikes and likes as a pilot.
Cheers, Derek.
Cheers, Des. Are you okay, mate?
Herbert's asking, do you know a bigger plane in front of you when they say caution heavy on the call sign? Yeah, because 380s use super. 767s, 330s, 74s will use heavy and everything else. In the UK, we have a category called upper medium, which is a 757, because it was a big plane.
Of course, with that brief shower, should create a lovely bit of spray action for us now for the last half an hour or so of the show. Ryanair on the takeoff roll. Egypt Air Just about to taxi past us. Beautiful aircraft, beautiful livery.
Yeah, looks nice, that, doesn't it?
Big fan of that.
I'd love if someone stuck their face at the window where the eye is. That would be so cool.
Yeah, big fan of that.
Pete's asking why some planes taxi really fast and some are slower. It depends on the pilot.
Yeah.
I used to fly with a guy years ago, smashing fella, really, really good lad, but he was well known for taxiing really, really quickly.
Yeah.
Our airline a while ago had an aircraft backtracking a runway for takeoff, and they'd gone so fast, when they closed the thrust levers, the automatic rejected takeoff braking kicked in. So we've got a speed limit of 30 knots, but they must have been going over 72 for the brakes to kick in.
Wow.
And Nuno, we're streaming till 2 o'clock, mate.
And it looks like there's a Merlin about to drop in at Barton.
Is there?
Yes. I believe there might be one or two dropping into there this afternoon sometime.
Oh, well, the boys will get a good view. Well, Martin will get a good view. Chris, Pole Hill radar still in service. Pole Hill VOR is still in service. I don't know about the radar, but the VOR beacon's still there. And we've got a departure out here. I think it's the Pole 5 Romeo that tracks you up towards that. Amy's asking, even though 75s, mid-sized planes that cause more weight turbulence due to power, no, it's down to the size of it and the weight of it. If you think of a big ship going through the sea and you see the weight coming off the nose, exactly the same with the aircraft. The bigger the aircraft and the heavier the aircraft, the more weight. And air will act like a fluid, it acts like water. So if you take a big aircraft and you're too close behind it, you're going to get chopped all over the shop. It's not very nice.
Just repositioning this mic.
Cheers, Audrey. See you later.
Hey, take care, Audrey.
Hello, Mike. You all right? Mike Freeman's in the chat.
Hey, Mike. How are you doing, lad? Mark Warden. Is it the 19s that make the air gun sound on the ground when only one engine is active?
The air gun sound?
I think it's... Is it maybe the barking sound, maybe? Dog?
Oh, the barking dog?
Maybe.
Yeah. No, they all do it. It's the PTU. We talked about it on the Pilot Explains video about noises you hear on an aircraft. And you've got a thing called a power transfer unit. And the 75's got it, the most big aircraft have got it, and the Airbus 320's got it. So you've got 3 hydraulic systems, green, blue and yellow. The PTU works between the green and the yellow. They normally run at 3,000 psi. If you have a drop of 500 psi, the PTU senses this, kicks in to provide extra pressure. It doesn't transfer fluid, but it does supply pressure. And that's the barking dog you get. And when you start one engine, the thing will do a self-test. And you'll hear it barking away there. Mark, are you a flying gloves kind of guy? Yeah, I was when I was a light aircraft, because the leather gloves will give you an extra 30 seconds if you're on fire. But no, not on jet aircraft. Although I did know someone who I knew a few people who do fly with him on jets, and one guy decided to take the mick, and he turned up with a set of Marigold washing up gloves and put them on, and this will be a gloved approach. And yeah, he's there in these bright pink Marigolds flying this plane just to take the mick a bit. But yeah, I don't fly them in jets. Don't use them in jets.
Ever thrown a 318, Mark?
No, I haven't. A friend of mine did. He's now a skipper on the triple at BA. Very interesting bloke, but he used to fly the 318 doing the New York hops out of London City. He said he enjoyed it.
Liam Mitchell. I've never heard a Cockney pilot before. I always just assume pilots have a thingy accent, a posh accent.
Well, I can put on a posh voice if you'd like me to. What?
I say, old chap.
I say, tally hair. Greg's asking about the 340. What's my thoughts on it? I remember when they first got them at Heathrow, and I was watching them, and it was hilarious because the performance was hopeless. It was dreadful on them. I was talking to their Heathrow air traffic controller, and he was saying that they couldn't make the level restrictions on the departures. They were using the curvature of the Earth to climb, because when the 340 was designed, it was supposed to have had new engines designed for it,
right? And
no one designed new engines for it, so they put 737 engines on it and just uprated them a little bit, so it was really underpowered.
Just noticed, Mark. Looks like we've changed runway on.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely. EasyJet about to taxi past us as well. Hey, perfect.
Let me have a quick look at the webs. Yeah, the 500 and 600 is better because they had the Rolls-Royce engines on, so they had a bit more chuff. So they were better, but a 4-engine aircraft will always perform worse than a 2-engine aircraft. Plus you've got twice as many engines to buy at millions of pounds each, and then you've got twice as much maintenance, and it's heavier because it's carrying like tons of extra engine around. So the airlines, they just want to get rid of 4-engine jobs. They can't.
Mate, this is awesome. Both runway directions, this is just brilliant. All the more reason to just crack on for another, I don't know. Should we keep going? Just keep going.
Keep going, buddy, yeah. I ain't got to work yet.
Keep going.
I haven't got to go in yet.
As long as this rain's not too bad, I'm not bothered, I'll keep going.
Good lad.
No school run. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. This is superb.
I remember watching, being at Barcelona, and you normally taxi round the landing runway, it's the longer one, and then go off to the departure runway. And they had an Argentinian A340 taking off, and it was the 200, so it was the smaller one, it was the better performer. And it was only going to Argentina. And we were stopped from crossing the bottom of the runway, and the captain's like, why are we stopped? And I said, well, I might be wrong, but there's this Argentinian 340, and it's using the longer runway that we're about to cross to take off. I said, I think that might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
And I said, it's the smaller one, it's the better performer, but it might have some performance issues. Anyway, we're sitting there, and it's got a display threshold. So where the actual runway starts, you've got a bit of runway that you don't use for landing.
Yeah.
And the back wheels are still on the ground as it left the actual bit of the runway, and it went past our windscreen at about 30 feet. And I was like, yeah, there's your problem.
This is superb, brilliant. Yeah, so ops have changed now at Manchester. They are sending aircraft over to 05 right now for arrivals, and they will be departing EGCC via 05 left now. So we've had the best of both worlds during the show. Absolutely awesome. The first departure is going to be this Global 3000.
I think Diane's about to get her washing a bit wet.
I tell you what, Diane, get it in if it's out there. Get it in. Don't hang about. Don't risk it. Another brief shower, just another weather cell just passing through at the minute. Shouldn't be too drastic, this one, I wouldn't have thought. Not as bad as the last one. It better not be. Remember, once you're wet, you're wet. You might as well stay out of it.
This is what I love about you guys. Your dedication to the cause is just unbelievable. You're out there in all weathers. I've seen Plane Spotting Mike and Billy P out on the mound in an absolute monsoon waiting to film me landing.
Mate, we're not keen or anything like that. We're just absolutely we're just nutcases, mate.
I think you are, mate.
Simple as that. Absolute nutters. Here we go. Lovely first departure from 05 left with this BizJet. Up pretty early, no hanging around.
You weren't hanging about, was it? You might want to put your wheels up.
Yeah.
amazing, isn't it? It's got all that drag from the undercarriage and it's still going up.
Still got the finger there, like the gear dragging. It might be dragging a bit of the aerodynamics, but.
Well, we were talking about this before, that when the gear is down, if the gear is stuck down, you're burning 3 times your normal amount of fuel on an Airbus. Wow. So say you were going into Gatwick and you had to divert the standstill and the gear was stuck down. If it takes you a ton, you're now burning 3 tons.
Yeah, finally went up, yeah. And even, like you say, even more so on a biz, you know, Mark, you know. I'd say it's the similar ratio for, like you say, wasting fuel and whatnot. Here we go. EasyJet's going to be the next departure.
Peter's asking if I've ever flown an aircraft with engines at the rear. No, I haven't. I've got a friend who used to fly the MD-80.
Wow.
Herbert saying pilots have a lot of work with the FMC with the runway ops changed. Yes, because you've got to change the runway and the departure. You might have to change your flap setting. You've got to confirm your takeoff date. You've got to rework your performance because you'll have different speeds and different power settings. And you might have a different altitude that you're cleared to climb to. And there's a departure change checklist, which I have in front of me here. Runway and SID.
Yes.
Yep. 05 left, pole 5 Romeo, whatever. Flap setting, config 1, both say that. Takeoff data confirmed, both. FCU out. 5,000 blue. Checklist complete and reset.
Get in. So after that brief show, I'm going to attempt to wipe everything down again.
Pete's asking thoughts on flying biz jets and is it more lucrative? I don't know. I had a few mates who fly them. One of my mates is he was a trainer on the 350 at Qatar and he's left to be a biz jet pilot in Florida.
Right.
So it must be a good payer.
Can't be that bad, can it?
Yeah.
And I know, like you say, I know a couple of like pilots and whatnot who like you say have come off the 737s, the smaller airframes, and gone like to the likes of Qatar and stuff like that, and total lifestyle change.
Yeah. Need your brollies.
Yes.
Peter's asking, is there a plane I haven't flown would like to? Yes, I have. Unfortunately, it's sitting in a hangar next to me at the moment, and it'll never fly again. I'd like to go in the simulator for the 350 and the 380 just to have a play. I'd like to have a go in the 747 simulator just to have a play.
What's the feedback you get from the likes of the 350, Mark? Do you get like other crews like bragging about it, saying hyping it up? Or?
No, I don't know. I've not really spoke to anyone. A couple of the lads here went to Virgin. Someone was saying the other day, one of the FOs, he had a mate there, and he was saying it's quite hard to land. Just
briefly, speaking of Virgin, we do have the 350 pushback for Orlando, guys, and also the flight for JFK, Flight 127. Oh, Mark?
Yeah, he said it was quite hard to land. There are a few videos of the 1000 where it's coming into land. It sort of looks like it loses energy and it sort of plonks down a bit.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I've never flown it, so I haven't got a clue.
Right. Well, Concorde, mate. Concorde.
Oh, yeah. You always want to fly on that, wouldn't you? Everyone wants to have a go on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, any more questions you may have for Mark? We're going to keep going for a little while longer yet. We might as well stick around while we've had a bit of a change in the runway operations. So we are now on 05 ops, which as I just mentioned is forcing the aircraft now to arrive on 05 right and the departures onto 05 left. Not much of a difference in the wind direction change, I wouldn't have thought, but
windsock's a bit flaccid, isn't it? It might be to do with that shower that's gone over.
Yeah, maybe.
That might have changed it a bit. Okay. Martin's asking, have I ever landed at Aberdeen's fairly short runway? I have, yeah, quite a few times. It's, 1,953 metres long, so it's not that bad. Bristol's 2011, Jersey and the Isle of Man, they're around about 1,600. That's a bit too short for me.
Yeah. What were you at Manchester? 2000?
No, it depends on the runway. The 05 left is 3,048, and 05 right is 3,050. It's got an extra 2 metres for you to play with.
Wow.
Woo! Meg's asking what's the largest aircraft I've flown. 757, and I loved every second of it. Dollis is asking if I do go-arounds. Yeah, we do them in the simulator a lot. Can't remember the last time I did a go-around, actually. I think the last time was when I was a first officer, funnily enough. Years ago, we were going into Barcelona following an A330 in from Qatar. And we were 5 miles behind it, which is, you know, the required spacing. And when we came over the runway, there was just loads of wake turbulence off this thing and these vortices humming around the bottom of the runway. I mean, I'm going to go around off it.
Wow. Still 1,600 of you absolute legends in the house. Sorry, 1,800. I'm cutting you all short. There's 1,800 of you guys, legends, still in here. Make sure you've all, if you'd be so kind to click that like button, that'd be absolutely awesome. And if you haven't yet, and you haven't been around with the channel for so long, make sure you click that subscribe button as well and join the around 1.5 million people, 1.15 million who already follow the channel avidly. So, and if you'd like to support the channel further, it'd be absolutely awesome if you could do so by clicking the dollar symbol, and that'll enable you to offer up a gifted membership back to the community. But as I say, all we ask you to do is give that like button a click. That'd be great. Keep the positive vibes going. We've had a brilliant FriYAY show so far, and we'll keep going for a little while longer yet while we've got a bit of this 05 ops in play.
And Merritt's asking, what's my best rotation? I like Belfast and back because it's a short day out.
Yes.
And I very rarely get there.
Isle of Man.
Yeah, well, no, Belfast easier. Liam's asking, would I say the 350 is the best commercial plane right now? Yeah, I think it probably is.
All day for me.
Although the 330neo is more efficient.
Yeah, so they say.
Yeah,
so
and Airbus, I think, are trying to keep that one quiet.
I think they are trying to keep that on the DL, actually.
Yeah. No, Simon, I've never flown the 747. I'd like to go in the simulator, but yeah, the trouble is, mate of mine did he did a 747 course recently. He was going to fly cargo when he did it for a little bit. And he didn't enjoy it. He'd come off the 787 and he missed all the gadgets, all the bits and bobs, because 747 is an old aircraft now. Even the 400s are long in the tooth, and it didn't have all the nice things a 78 does. So he wasn't blown away by it.
Looks like this emergency heli is maybe looking for somewhere to drop in on the back of the airfield. Of course, this heli and the other emergency helicopter we saw previously will have flown out from where Airliners Live is actually now based, out of the heliport at Manchester's Barton Airfield.
Yeah, I popped in to see the office the other day. It's very posh, isn't it?
Tell you what, mate, going up in the world, aren't we?
Oh,
very corporate.
It was nice,
very
mate.
corporate now, mate.
Yeah, it was nice.
No more partying.
yeah, I had to behave myself.
It's a lovely space. Feels much better in there, you know?
Yeah, it is nice.
EasyJet taxiing past.
That whining noise, high-pitched whining noise, is the brake fans I was talking about earlier.
Ah, right, yeah.
Piers asking if I've ever been landed in Copenhagen. Yes, I have. I like Copenhagen. It's a nice day out. It's not that long, and the air traffic's good. Nice long runways. Nice, yeah, it's a good one, that one.
Mate, look at this light now.
It's lovely, isn't it?
This weather is absolutely crackers, you know. Crackers weather. Not 10 minutes ago, it was like a monsoon out here, and now look at it. This is weather. This is Manchester for you guys. This is typical Manchester weather, this. One minute, you can have all the seasons, you know, in one day here. All the seasons.
We go to Newcastle, you get all 4 seasons in an hour up there.
Mate, you just go south side, you get them all in space of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Another stunning aircraft on the way out. Look at this. Beautiful, beautiful. Virgin Atlantic Airbus A350. Taxiing out, and this aircraft will be heading over the Atlantic over to Orlando. And this is GB Bob, we saw arriving earlier. Midges are around. Lots of midges up here now.
I'm glad you're up there and I'm down here then.
Mate, look at this.
Peter's asking, is there any snobbery between pilots of budget airlines and BA and Virgin? I don't know, mate. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. We just all feel sorry for each other.
Look at this, absolutely stunning airframe, ladies and gents. Just about to taxi past us here at the Manchester Runway Visitor Park.
I want to call it the Danielle Westbrook plane because it's got a white nose, but anyway.
How beautiful that plane is. Just can't get my head around it.
They've done a good job with that, haven't they?
Honestly.
They've done a good job with that.
Poetry is.
I'm quite surprised how small the vertical tail is on it.
Yeah. For the size of the aircraft.
Yeah.
We do have an EasyJet spooling up, creating a bit of spray down there.
Malky's asking, what do you think the future holds for air travel? I don't know, mate. And if Greta and her mates have a way, there won't be a future, but I don't know, mate. I really don't. It's all changing so quickly. I couldn't even take a guess. The Edge is saying about Birmingham being a lumpy runway. What's the worst one? Birmingham, not East Midlands, Leeds, Bradford and Bristol are pretty shady runways. Bristol's quite up and down on 09. You've got to get it landed at the right point, otherwise the runway dips away from you. So as you're floating along, the runway's actually getting further away from you, and you increase the risk of a tail strike. Plus, it's only 2,000 metres long.
Yeah.
Leeds, there's plenty of stuff on the Petering website of people telling horror stories about Leeds because of the runway and the approach. It can be a tricky one, that. Now, Nils is off. See you later, mate. I'll send you the rest of those 7.3 papers when I get a chance to photocopy them. We're all a bit busy at the moment, but I'll get them sent to you. Meg's asking if I get to choose 7.4 380. If I had to fly it, 380. But yeah, I like the 7.4 looks more. Daniel's saying he lives near Glasgow. I've seen the final approach and departures. Do I have a favourite approach? Yeah, I used to love coming in on 07 at Newcastle because if I looked out of the right window I could see my house.
Awesome. Here we go now, ladies and gentlemen. We have a beautiful departure coming up. Virgin Atlantic Airbus A350 heading out to Orlando over in the US. Enjoy this, ladies and gents. Absolutely majestic departure. The 350. Wow.
Right past the airport pub, and Greg's asking what's it like. The airport pub's great, mate. It feels absolutely top notch.
Staff are great
there.
Yeah,
they're lovely, aren't they?
Lovely people in there.
Yeah, we had a great time there after the chats fair, didn't we? We had a whale of a time. The staff were first class. Me Litland says they're the best chicken nuggets ever.
No, if that isn't a selling point, I don't know what is.
I know, mate.
I've got no idea what else you could possibly want.
Ben's asking, do we bring our own food? If you're on the Discord, mate, have a look on rate my scrounging to see the crew food we get, and I wish I did bring my own food in after eating that slot. It's awful.
It's not the best, is it?
No, it's terrible, mate. I'm flying later, Begs. I'm off to Krakow. We only have a crew room at our base airports, Terry, not at destinations. So if it's a base, there'll be a crew room. Even those are sort of going, because we do all this report to aircraft stuff now. Bobby Joe's asking, what's my longest flight time? Longest flight I've ever done was from Djibouti, just near Somalia, to Paris, and it took 8.5 hours. But you actually have longer days out of here, because you'll do, well, we used to do Hurghada and Sharm and back. So that worked out, so it could be like a 15-hour day without a break.
Ryanair on the departure roll. Beautiful amount of spray now on the runway, guys, after those couple of showers.
You're getting some good shots today, aren't you?
I do all right, mate.
Yeah, it's worth getting wet for.
We do all right on our FriYAY show, you know. We do okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, just enough traffic on a Friday for us as well. Just to keep it active and keep the show ticking along.
It's good, mate.
Just really glad people are still enjoying it, Mark. Still enjoying these Friday shows. Make it well worth me rushing around on a Friday morning and won't have it any other way.
No, it's worth it, mate. Well worth it. It's, I love your Friday shows, mate. They're great.
Mega. Thanks, mate.
They're great. Well, thanks for having me on.
Mate, absolute pleasure. Anytime, you know that.
Peter's asking, how many flights do I typically do a day? It's normally 2,
yep.
But I have done up to 6 before.
Obviously dependent upon thingy, eh? Dependent on how long the routing is and stuff.
Yeah, because we did a video, again, Pilot Explains video about how long can pilots work and the working flight time limitations. And the more flights you have, the less hours you can do. But yeah, it's the most I ever did was 6.
Okay.
That was hard work.
We do have a 7.5 about to touch down over on the second runway. It's Alpha Echo.
Oh, Aviator Steve, hello, mate. Yeah,
hey,
let us know. I'd love to meet up with you again. We had a great chat with Tom and Anne in the cafe. He's a real pilot, aerobatic
I remember
pilot.
you mentioning it.
Yeah, mate, proper pilot. None of this button pushing that I do. He's a proper pilot. Yeah, I'd love to meet up again, Steve. That'd be fantastic, mate.
Well, EasyJet on the takeoff roll. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the Emirates Airbus A380 is now on the taxi as well. The second one will capture departing during the show. EasyJet climbs out. That aircraft on its way to Charles de Gaulle. Tango November on the reg of that one. Next aircraft to depart is going to be the KLM Embraer. We saw taxiing past us earlier. Following that, should have the departure of the Virgin 330. Aircraft heading over to New York JFK as Flight 127. And as I mentioned, the Emirates now has been pushed back from a remote stand here at Manchester, because the earlier, I think it was flight EK21, did actually park on stand 12 and was a bit late going out. We also have the Aer Lingus 330, another flight heading over to JFK, New York, John F. Kennedy. That's about to be pushed back.
And you've got a proper airliner that's just landed on the other side as well.
We did. Beautiful. 757 just touched down. Alpha Echo.
Jake's asking Martin and Andy, you onto Matt and me extending the show, sneaking into double time. I hope Matt's getting double time pay, double bubble. That'd be good for your overtime.
Boss. It's up to you, that.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Pay rise for Matt.
Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot I was the CEO, according to Chris Moyles.
You're in charge.
Yeah, pay rise for Matt.
And we'll just step away from this beautiful classic aircraft as we just pan around and capture the KLM Embraer. This aircraft's going to be departing back to Amsterdam Schiphol. Normally around, as I said before, around an hour's flight time there or thereabouts. Back over to Holland. And following that, we should have the Virgin 330 for New York JFK behind. And as I say, Emirates Airbus A380 on the taxi, and also an Aer Lingus A330 as well.
So Early Dev's asking, are you staying on till my colleague takes off at 3? She's on the Amsterdam. I can't hang around that long. I've got to go and do some of that work thing myself. But,
yeah. Where's she flying to, Mark?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. Scheduled
at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Yeah, showing 3 at the minute.
Yeah.
Still showing 3 o'clock. Here you go, Embraer. Dutch pride. Gear up for the Embraer. And I just saw a picture in our mod chat, Mark. Martin actually went and got one of the... went to Barton and captured the what's it arriving.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh.
Get in there, lad.
I'm looking at critical chat. Oh, yeah.
You got it. When you got one.
Good
Excellent.
lad. It's a good picky.
What a great catch. Well done, mate. Superb catch. Hey, and Joan Tunnicliffe jumping in on the gifty hype as well. Thank you so much, Joan. Hope you're doing okay, love. Great to have you in the chat with us. And thank you so much for your generosity. Offering up one Airliners Live gifted membership there. Here we go. Virgin 330. Spooling up from 0.5 left. Enjoy this, guys. Make a real racket, the 330s, don't they?
It's good, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I remember saying before, you know, a couple of years ago we had that, I can't remember what airline it was. It was subbed in for someone, and it was a 330. It had the CFMs the same as the Aer Lingus one.
It was the...
blue tail thing, wasn't it? Horrifically noisy.
Was it Jordanian? It was Jordan Airlines?
Something like that, yeah. And I remember being at the car park, sitting on the top, and the Virgin 330 went off, and the Aer Lingus went off, and this Jordanian thing went off. And, yeah, the Virgin was, you know, as noisy as that. The Air Fungus one was as noisy as it is. And then this Jordanian thing went off, and all the car alarms went off. I remember when I was in my B&B over in Cheadle Hulme, I knew it was going off because I could hear it in the B&B. You know, it was like 5 miles away. You could hear this thing. I don't know why it was so noisy.
Track this 330 on the way out. Just passing through a few low clouds in the low base.
Totally, they're saying you remind me of a dead hamster joke. Yeah, I must admit, I did tell my young first officer the hamster jam joke yesterday, and yeah, she just shook her head and went, "That's just absolutely dreadful." I'm sorry.
Just going into the cloud there. Now, whether this 380, I'm wondering whether they actually loaded it on remote mark, the 380.
I would have thought so.
I would have thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, a few of the DHL lads have gone over and to do 380 loading and that. I'm like, oh, you're going to be working hard, boys.
Yes. But it's double the work, isn't it, really, when it's on remote, but it's double it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, we use DHL for our handling, and they're fantastic. They really are. This one of the guys there, a guy called Andy. He's trying to sort out something. I've had a word with Matt and Andy about it. He's sorry, not Matt and Andy, Andy and Martin about it. But yeah, he's hoping to try and sort something out for us to get us get some cameras airside and show what they do. But he's a smashing lad.
I hope we can make that happen.
That'd be good. Yeah, they're great. They're so helpful. You know, they've got limited resources. They do such a good job.
I do get to occasionally wave off one or two of them when I'm on the car park. If they've got their eyes open, they can see me up on the top, and I do get the thumbs up every now and again.
Well, a lot of them watch you now. A lot of them watch the channel.
Yeah, I have had one or two people messaging me off from ground ops and saying, "Oh, you saw us turning like the Erlingus around," or "We saw you turning an aircraft round off stand 62," or something like that. So yeah, I've had a couple of messages. Always good.
Yeah.
A bit of feedback.
Yeah, it's quite good because they normally have it on in the crew room as well. And you know, if I've been on a Sunday show before, and then my phone starts buzzing, and I'm getting a stream of abuse off people calling me all the names.
We did actually see on one of the thingies on the Jet 2. I think it was the Jet 2, one of the bases, and they were actually watching one of the live streams, one of the midweek live streams the other day, and they had it on in the office and stuff like that. Really good hype.
That's cool. Oh yeah, the Jets. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
in the crew room. Yeah. Like the thingy crew room. And they were watching one of the midweek shows, I believe. So.
That's it, mate. If they're listening today, you want to give me 4 on, 4 off on a contract, you know. Oh gosh, just you know, get in touch. Contact airliners. Look like. Yes, Surly Dev. That is the exact joke. Didn't go down very well.
BRB just going to give me a hoot or a quick blow once it does.
It's gone quiet for a bit. Oh, we've got another 7.5 coming into land. Alpha Kilo is just turning on finals now over Winsford, according to Flight Radar 24. So that'll be a good catch when Matt gets back on the camera. Another proper airliner.
Breathe now. Can breathe.
I'll just say, Matt, there's a 7.5 on finals, a long way out. I'm looking at your windsock next year now, and it's not favouring 0.5 on that windsock.
I tell you what, mate, it's not.
It's not, is it?
It's a variable, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a variable.
The one over by the VOR looks like it might be.
Oh boy, look what's on the way out now, guys. Here we go. Big Albert on the taxi hat.
What, the 380?
Flying forehead. So we see if we can get a wave off the crew. Should we do it? Let's see if we can get a wave off this crew, right?
Oh, Erica's going on 7.5 in 6 weeks.
Hey,
lucky.
Get in there, Erica. Enjoy that.
Oh.
Enjoy that, kid. So the Colossus Emirates Airbus A380 now on the taxi out here at Manchester Airport.
It's crackers, isn't it, that's the small one that they originally planned.
That is the small one.
That's the baby of the 3.
Weird, isn't it?
Seb's just put up TUI India Juliet is positioned up from Gatwick at 3 and then doing the flight. It's the replacement aircraft,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So this is flight. This has been routed as flight EK Echo Kilo 22 now, so obviously had a bit of a play around with the flight numbers and stuff like that with what's occurred over in Dubai this week.
Get away.
I don't think so. Not today.
No, well.
Emirates makes its way to 05 left for departure back to Dubai. During this FriYAY show, brought to you by Airline Live. And we've just had this BizJet just vacating from 05 right.
Rory's playing.
Rory. Manchester regular this aircraft. Pegasus just waiting patiently for that BizJet to cross.
Fly pigs.
Fly piggies.
Ben's saying they say Singapore airport is the best. What's your opinion? I don't know. I've never been to Singapore.
I'd like to.
Yeah, I don't know. They've all got their every airport for working wise. They've all got their own little foibles. They've all got their own little things. It's, you know, some are better than others. You know, I mean, Amsterdam is much slicker and easier to work out of than, you know, to operate in and out of than Paris.
Lovely wave from the crew of the flight.
Oh, Ryan Williams is on the Aer Lingus departing now.
Ah, okay.
Cool.
Is that the 330?
I don't know.
I do think it might be the 330 because the 320 is still parked on stand, so maybe the JFK flight. Next departure, though, ladies and gents, is going to be the Emirates Airbus A380. We do have a 75 as well. Just about to touch down on 05 right. Alpha Kilo, which is on the return leg from Palma de Mallorca. That's flight LS832. It's just about to touch down. Unfortunately, from this viewpoint, we can't capture the arrivals from 05 right, but we don't let that ruin things. Pegasus just taking an intersection. There's a 75 that's just landed.
You got a bit of support here as well. Jamie Campbell's premium economy member for 25 months.
Hey.
Keep up the great work, team. Cheers, Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Jamie, mate. Thank you so much for your long-term support. Thank you so much, Jamie, mate. Premium economy. And also Mike Wild. Now just 1 month away, Mike. 1 month away from your business class red tail. Really enjoy Matt's streams. Keep up the great work.
Good lad.
Awesome having you in here, Mike. Thank you so much for your support, mate. And thanks once again for your long-term support to the channel. 1 month away, mate. 1 month from that coveted red tail.
Daniel's asking, what's it like flying into Tenerife? Yeah, it's all right. It's normally quite windy, but it's normally fairly smooth. It's
is that 10 hours of grief?
10 hours of grief, we call it, yeah. You can get the funny winds. It's sort of the wind, you have a tailwind as you're coming into land, and then it'll swap round about 400 feet to a headwind, so it can be a bit interesting. Normally you go down what's called the Tango routes, you go off over the ocean. But yeah, it's nice, pretty. You can see the mountain from about 120 miles away.
Yes. But thanks again, Jamie, and thank you again, Mike, for your continued support, chaps. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Here's the Pegasus departing, and we're going to get a visual on the Aer Lingus 330 very shortly as well.
Ryan's saying he's on the left-hand side of this Aer Lingus, but when he lines up on the runway, we'll see him. So if he puts his phone torch on and waves it at the window, we might get to see him. CFM engines on that one.
Proper engines, aren't they? King of the skies. It's going to be the first of these. There's a couple of heavy departures now. Let's make sure all our leads are in properly. And we're ready to go. Here we go, guys. Emirates Airbus A380 on the return flight back to Dubai as flight Echo Kilo 22 during this FriYAY show brought to you by Airline Live. Should be getting the spool up from these 4 Rolls-Royce Trent engines very shortly. Still 2,000 to you people, you absolute ledges in this chat. Be great if you've all made sure you've clicked that like button for us. New to the channel, make sure you click the subscribe. Get involved in the chat. Incredibly friendly community we have here at Airline Live. So don't be a stranger. Hey, Malky Stoddart's dad was stationed in Changi with the RAF in the 60s. Wow. Yeah, I doubt he'd recognise anything there, Malky. Yeah. Times have changed a little bit.
Now, Ryan's just behind the wing on the left-hand side, so
okay,
we'll see him when
just behind the wing.
Yeah.
Okay, mate. Here we go. Enjoy this, guys. Emirates Airbus A380 spooling up from 05 left. Not my favourite aircraft, the 380, but it never disappoints.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah. It looked good against the sky as well. The angry skies. Oh, Pete's saying, do I fly into Las Palmas? He was there 3 weeks ago. I do, Pete, yeah. I hope you had a nice time, mate. I haven't got my postcard yet.
No postie card?
No postie card. I'll keep waiting, though.
It's lost in the post.
Dan's asking, is it normal taxi with one engine or two? You can taxi out with one on an Airbus. You can taxi back in with one, but you've got to have 3 minutes warm-up time before you take off, and you've got to have 3 minutes of them both running before you shut one down after landing, just to stabilise the thermal heating inside the engine and all that, and stops down on the wear. They're really, really strict on it.
Just about to have a lovely backdrop here. This Emirates climbs enough. Should get a bit of beautiful blue sky behind it. Just breaking into the clouds there. Unfortunately for us. But the Emirates departs do now have the Aer Lingus with Liam on board. About to spool up. Safe flight, mate. And have a great trip wherever you're up to.
See his torch, I think.
You get a glimpse, Mark?
I'm sure I saw a flash of a torch a few windows back. Yeah.
I'll have to check it on the replay. Awesome. And again, safe flight, mate, safe journey. Whatever you're up to. Take care. Lingus climbing out of Manchester. Should make the left-hand bank.
Sky's pretty awesome, isn't it, for shots today?
Looking good up there.
It is, mate, it is.
There's another cell on its way through, though. I can feel it.
Oh, I am sorry, mate.
Two brilliant heavy departures there in the form of the Emirates A380 and also this Aer Lingus 330. As I say, just taking the left-hand bank now.
Yeah, a few people saying they saw the flash of the torch.
You see it, yeah. Awesome. Should capture this Aer Lingus, just passing in front of the Nats Manchester Tower. Passing behind very shortly.
I've got a question here. How much fuel is used, is required on a flight from, say, Manchester to Tenerife? I am just going to have a look and see if I can... There you go, let me have a quick look at this. I can tell you exactly what today's Tenerife one took. On the way down, they took... Well, the minimum fuel was 11.9 tonnes.
Ah, right, okay.
And they would have burned 9.3, and the flight time was 4 hours 25.
Ah.
But that didn't go out over the sea and over the airway. Let me have a quick look again at that one.
This is the ETF, another one of the aircraft that Jet2 have leased.
Oh, the black...
Yeah, with the grey tail.
Weird looking thing, isn't it?
Looks strange, like a strange hybrid, doesn't it?
And on the way back, they did go over the airways, Tango 290. And it was 11 tonnes, and they would have burnt 8.7, and they had a tailwind of 15 knots.
Okay.
And they're going to be landing in about 2 hours. And then I'm going to be stealing the plane off them and going to crack off.
Have you got a favourite reg in your fleet, Mark?
No.
A favourite aircraft?
Oh, yeah, I like Echo Zulu Uniform Sierra and Echo Zulu Uniform Zulu, because they call them Jesus, so I like those two.
Yes.
But no, I don't have... When I was on the 7.5, there was fewer of them, and yeah, I can't remember which one I liked. I think it was Oscar Papa Juliet Bravo. It was one of the heavyweight ones. Gojib, the original Iron Maiden plane, was an old knacker.
Right.
It was always going wrong. The APU kept failing. It had loads of problems with it. I remember I was down in Sierra Leone. I got a phone call from ops, and they're like, "Oh, you know, we've got a problem. The plane, the APU's, the starter motor on the APU has burnt out."
Ah.
On the way down, as they, you know, once they've landed, it's completely burnt out. So you can't use the APU. So they've got one engine running. They shut one engine down, took the bags off, restarted that engine, shut the other one down, got the passengers off, and we were doing this, swapping between the two engines to keep it power, because they had no ground power and no air starts. And I was sitting there like, this is just crazy.
Crackers, absolutely crackers.
We ended up going across to Liberia, Monrovia. You know, it just come out of Civil War, with the first airline in there after the Civil War. Foreign Office advice said, do not go there under any circumstances. So what did we do? We went there. And then we had to get the passengers into like a hut next to the aircraft while we got the fuel on, and then fly back to Gatwick. And we couldn't leave the passengers there because it was too dangerous. And I was just like, it's just a nightmare.
Tim Rorick asking if you ever flew this 75300, Mark?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I got a mate who did, and he said, I hear it's raining, Matthew.
Yes, it's raining.
Yeah, mate flew it. He said it was weird. He said because you had to do like a two-stage rotate. As you rotate, you had to pitch it to sort of 10 degrees, wait for it to unstick, and then you could pitch up to 17.5 like you would on normal, but you had to wait because you didn't want to hit the tail. And it wasn't as powerful as the 200.
Just going to cover everything up a little bit briefly, guys, just while I step out of these conditions slightly.
Alan's saying his future son-in-law starts pilot training in Gloucester next week. Any advice? Not really. You know, the schools are good. They're going, you know, they'll do their best to get the lad through. Try and do for the written exams. Try and do as many practice papers as you can, because you will get used to how they ask the questions. The commercial questions used to be poorly worded, should I say? It wasn't so much testing your knowledge of the subject, it was a ridiculous way of asking a question. So it would be like, what is not the main cause of such and such on the 3rd week of July? And the first one would be the main cause, to try and trap you up with the time and pressure.
Okay.
And it was just crap, really. It was pathetic.
Wow, we've got another 380 here. They've got Echo Kilo 17 just on the... looks like it's just on the headwind now at the minute.
Oh,
just
okay.
Turning on to... it's just going to get established, I think, in the next 5 minutes. So,
Chester Mike said, never thought as Matt Cam as Matthew.
Only on a Sunday. Only on a Sunday. And only Heidi's allowed to call me Matthew as well.
Is that when you're in trouble?
I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, that's what happens when you're married, mate, isn't it? You're always in the poo, only the depth varies.
Absolutely. Depends what footwear you've got on. That's all that matters.
That's why I've got a step ladder, so I at least see over the top. I've got a good step ladder. My real ladder left me when I was a kid. So we'll go to the dad jokes while we're waiting for the 380.
Might as well. Yeah, so the 380 looks like it's going to be number 2 to touch down. It's going to be touching down after the Jet 2. I think we may have seen Sunby leaving earlier for Alicante, so at the start of the show. And it's going to be arriving after that. After that arrival, after the Jet 2 A321neo. Brilliant. Number 2, just getting established now, by the looks. And that's going to be followed by an EasyJet coming in from Amsterdam. It's a A320 aircraft. Whiskey Lima on the reg of that one. And then we'll probably have a Jet 273 coming in from Budapest as flight LS898. So...
this rain needs to do one, mate. I've started walking to work from the car park.
Tell you what, mate. Hope you brought your brolly.
Oh, I've got a brolly, but I don't want to use it. Yeah, I started parking up in the car park and walking around the terminal. It takes 25 minutes. I thought, I'll get me steps here.
You had to get some steps in last week, didn't you? You had a bit of a trek.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't. The bus driver wouldn't let me on. So
what?
And there was like mad queues and everywhere. He wasn't going anywhere. And I'd walked from the car park on the other side of the airport. I'd got past the runway by the time the bus actually went past me. And I thought, actually, I'll... I normally get on really well with all bus drivers. I've given them sweets, but I didn't know this one. Apparently they've announced today the guy who invented the door knocker has been awarded the Nobel Prize. Yeah. Oh, come on, it couldn't be a string without a dad joke here and there, could it?
All right. Bit of a wet, bit of a damp, soggy airfield here at Manchester. We had intermittent showers throughout the morning stroke afternoon, but as is the norm, we've cracked on. We haven't let it beat us, and we hope we brought you, myself and Mark, hope we brought you a great FriYAY show. Hope you've all been thoroughly entertained, as is the normal, and just pass on my thanks and my kind regards for all your support. About another half an hour of the show to come, guys. We're going to capture a friend of Mark's on the departure. Where's she off to, Mark, did you say?
Amsterdam, yeah.
Amsterdam. And she's scheduled to depart at around 3 o'clock here in the UK. Still showing us 3 o'clock. And it's the aircraft they're going to be using is Romeo Zulu, I think. Yeah, Romeo Zulu is going to be the aircraft, the A320.
My mate was saying his missus, she keeps saying 30 is a new 40, and the policeman said actually that's 6 points and £60 fine. But yeah.
So the Emirates is due in. Not sure how much of a arrival we're going to see. You catch a bit of a back end of the spray action maybe if the reversers are still in use when it gets this far down the runway. And again, another brief weather cell just passing through Manchester. A380 now on the final 5 miles. 2 hours 45, almost 3 hours behind the scheduled arrival time. It's number 2, track number 2 on flight radar. 1,412 people currently tracking the King of the Skies.
Surly Dev's asking, do I have my noise device on me? Yes, I have 2 in my flight bag. I haven't been using it much, actually. I've been trying to be good, but yeah, it's always entertaining.
Hey, and good afternoon to you, Adrian Whitehead. Commemorating your 22 months of premium economy with the channel. Thank you so much, Adrian, mate. Afternoon. And thanks for being with us, mate. Hope you're okay this Friday. Yeah, so we're going to stick around till that EasyJet to Amsterdam departs, guys, and then we're going to wrap the show up. Thanks again for your support, Adrian. Thank you so much, mate. We are awaiting the arrival of the Emirates Airbus A380, about to touch down on 05 right here at Manchester during the FriYAY show. And as I say, I'm not sure how much of the aircraft will capture touching down, but hopefully we'll capture the back end of the bit of the spray action. Just got a visual of the aircraft now.
Andy's saying he got absolutely soaked filming the helicopters at the bar, and he said it's well worth it, and the video will be up shortly.
Hey, nice.
That'll be the 380 then.
There we go. Emirates. Plenty of spray over there. Guys, bit of the waterproofing, just getting in the way slightly there. Flight Echo Kilo 17 arrived at Manchester. As I say, near enough 3 hours behind its scheduled arrival time. Still a lot of backlog with what's occurred in Dubai this week, by the looks.
It's not called the 380 for nothing, is it?
Nah.
Yes, Carl, I am based at Manchester, right? Yeah.
Sorry, it's got a brief marking price. Okey-dokey.
Paul has just said she's finished work. Part-timer.
Hey, get in there, Paula. A380 vacates 05 right here at Manchester. Looking very resplendent in these rather damp conditions.
Moist. Amy's just put up, you know, Andy's filming the helicopters at Barton. She's put, so you copped a load of bad weather, did you, Andy? Excellent.
And we do have a dedicated section for stuff like that on the discard.
Well, is that the one that says, please ban me immediately?
King of the Skies, just taking a slow taxi. This aircraft will be able to park up on the allotted gate for the 380 stand 12.
And some people say what's the worst thing about being an airline pilot? I said everyone talks behind your back.
Big Albert. beautiful setting behind. We have a Jet 2 A321 which arrived earlier. It's just waiting for an EasyJet to pull away from stand, and that should be able to taxi over to T2.
Got a nice birthday present. Opened it up and it had a load of frozen potatoes and Yorkshire puddings in and a load of rice. And it was, yeah, it's from my Uncle Ben and Aunt Betty.
Tell you what, don't get paid enough for this.
Don't, mate, you don't. They ain't going to pay you, Ross. You can hear the brake fans well on that one, the squealing of the brake fans.
Clear, can't you?
Yeah. One of the new ones.
Yep.
It's got this new sort of SATCOM system on board, apparently.
All right.
And you can make phone calls on it, and it's going to interface with the iPads that the company uses. Oh, so you can have moving maps on your charts and all stuff like that. It sounds really good. Real-time weather. We used to have a thing years ago, the airline I worked for, that had a thing called EWAS. It had like a map. It could have a moving map, but it had all real-time weather on, so you could see where the storms were, and you could, plan your fuel load accordingly. But apparently, these new ones are going to have that sort of thing. So that sounds quite.
Sounds pretty cool. That. Lingus 320 just being pushed back from the corner of my eye. Another nice departure coming up, including the EasyJet Neo we just saw taxiing past us. We're just going to keep our eye on the 380 as it taxis up to gate 12. More bad jokes coming through.
Yeah, Amy was saying about the Uncle Ben's one. That one was right up her street. Diane saying don't encourage him.
Hey, and a huge thank you to you, Brian Crawley. Tallying up 28 months at premium economy. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much, mate. Great stream, excellent coverage. Thank you, and thank you so much, Brian, for getting involved today, mate. Pointless doing these shows without you guys, so thank you for all your viewership, all your time today. Know that it's time can be pretty valuable for some people, and really appreciate you all tuning in today, so thank you so much.
Yeah, Sydney's saying I should do a book of dad jokes and sell it as merch on the Airliners Live shop. That's not a bad idea.
Get you and King Kev on it, mate. Do you have the EasyJet now, just lined up. Emirates Air 380, just pulling up to stand. We'll capture this EasyJet.
That one's off to Paphos, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Gear up for the EasyJet. And as Mark mentioned, the aircraft now making its way down to Paphos, Greece.
Well, Bobby Joe's off. Thanks for the support, Bobby Joe.
Hey,
see you later.
Bobby Joe.
Rodney's off as well, so we'll see you later. Hope you enjoyed the show, buddy.
Take care, guys. Thanks for joining us today. Couple of the low costs in shot. Arriving EasyJet and the taxiing out Ryanair MG.
I've been reliably informed the Amsterdam is running on time at the moment.
Hey,
and they
stuff.
said they will wave at us.
Hey, great stuff. Mega. This is the Thessaloniki flight, just taxiing out in front of us.
I have a big PA for that. Went there the other week. And tell them all about the Apostle Paul and how he visited there, and he wrote letters that form a new part of the New Testament there, a large part of it.
Wow.
And it was a good airport. It's nice, beautiful views, hills all around it. The only problem is the three-letter code is SKG, so we call it Skegness.
Skeggy.
He was off to Skegness.
Always a little bit sus about spotting in Greece as well, Mark, you know?
Yeah.
Authorities don't seem to be too keen and...
No, I don't get it, do they?
Spotting,
Was it Turkey where there was a load of spotters arrested a few years ago and locked up and that? They thought they were spies.
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Yeah.
Wipers. Using the wipers. Did they actually do anything, those wipers, Mark?
Well, yeah, sort of. They're not brilliant. Yeah. Cole saying, did I hear about the guy who had his left side cut out? He's all right now.
Get out, Carl. Bad enough, isn't it? Do you have the Aer Lingus for Dublin? That's just pushed back now and awaiting taxi clearance. And also we have just done a quick check on the ground.
I'll tell you what we have got. Brian Crawley, it's his 43rd anniversary today.
Wow.
Well done, mate.
Get in there, lads.
Wow.
43
Good.
years.
You wouldn't get that if you killed someone, would
Mate,
you?
you could kill someone, kill your missus 3 times for that. Yeah, all the best. All the best,
well
Brian.
done, mate. Good skills.
All the best, mate. To you and your other half. 43 years, eh?
Surly's Dev said, if you told your colleague we'd be watching not to be nervous, I've messaged me mate who's the captain. The captain on this flight is absolutely first class.
Oh, yeah.
I flew with him a lot when he was a first officer, and he will be he's a fantastic captain. He's an absolutely smashing lad.
Yeah.
And he can do a kickflip on a skateboard.
No way.
Yeah, he's cool. He's a really good lad.
Can he do it on a BMX though?
I don't know anyone do a kickflip. Do a tail whip. Oh, they're getting going apparently. There you
Great
go.
stuff. So that'll be our final movement of the show. We're going to catch one of Mark's colleagues on the EasyJet flight. Be a pleasure to catch her. Ryanair spooling up, creating a bit of a spray storm. Always do the business, those next generation engines always do the biz. Here's the Dublin flight of Aer Lingus.
Biggest city in Ireland, that, you know. Keeps doubling and doubling in size.
Mate, he's getting worse.
Oh, Steve's off for a nap. See you later, mate. Catch up soon, buddy.
Take care, mate.
Mate, the chat is full of dad jokes. It's great. Jill's come up with one I used to hear Tim Vine tell. It's great.
Oh, Tim Vine one-liners.
Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't he?
Yeah, mega. Look at the light now, ladies and gents. Beautiful. Shimmering off the front of this Aer Lingus 320. Awesome.
Just a couple of questions. Yeah, asking about the Tyrian India Juliet. It's on its way up.
EasyJet. It's going to be the next departure.
So yes, the FO on this this Amsterdam we're waiting for. It's her second day out of training.
Wow.
So, yeah, she's really good. Really, really good.
He's Cheshire with a good skipper. Good skip.
Yeah, he's great. He's brilliant. Yeah, he's a smashing lad. Really, really good lad.
Again, perfectly capable hands.
Yeah, this is the thing, like I said earlier, you know, with Fraser and his dad Roger watching. You know, all these good lads are going off and becoming captains, and it's smashing. It's so good because they're going to be so good at the job. But I really miss flying with them.
Yeah, of course, mate.
I really miss flying with them.
There's nothing wrong with progression, though, Mark. You've got to progress and do what's best for yourself.
I know they can't stay first officer ever that hold this silly old bugger's hand, can they? So we've got a new breed coming in to look after me now.
Aer Lingus is just about to line up. Took a bit of an intersection. We do have a TUI. Max aircraft just taxiing past us now at the RVP. Weather's looking a bit better now. And as always, if you've got a spare couple of hours, guys, get yourselves down to the RVP, the runway visitor park here at Manchester Airport. Show your support. Great place.
Ben's asking how long I've been a pilot. I just said earlier, my first flight was 31 years ago. I'm quite old, and his poor girlfriend is not well. So get well soon, Lorraine.
Hey, get well soon, Lorraine.
Yeah, I hope Ben's looking after you. If he's not, tell him to look after you. Captain Mark says so.
Yeah. We'll send him round. We'll send the management round.
Oh, too right, mate, yeah. I'll take Fez around.
Oh, no, then you will be in trouble.
Cool, yeah.
You will be in serious bother then.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the Fez.
I haven't seen Fez in ages. I'm missing him.
You're missing Fez?
Oh, I like his banter.
I don't believe you.
I've got a cabin crew lad on my flight today. He's applied for the Aer Lingus sponsorship.
All right.
And he's going through the process. I really hope he gets it.
Did you happen to see the is it the British Airways one, Mark? Have you seen the thingy for that?
Oh, I haven't, mate. No.
So I think if you go on the BA thingy, I think they're starting up another trainee initiative of some sort.
Okay, that'd be good.
I'm not sure what's happening there.
Because there's one of our regulars. He always comes to the TAS fair. We're always messaging each other, and every time something like this comes up, I let him know because he desperately wants to be a pilot.
There's something happening on the BA. I think it's the BA.
Oh, okay.
If you look on the BA socials,
cool. I'll have a look and message him now. And
I think I saw it on the Facebook. Let me have a look.
Okay.
I've seen it on the Facebook.
Yeah, it's a shame because we've got all these people who desperately want to do it and they'd be good at it, and you know they've got the passion, and there's not enough sponsorship. I think there's going to be more sponsorship as it comes on.
Ah, yeah. So it's Speedbird Pilot Academy.
Okay.
And yeah, it's on the Facebook. We have the TUI Max now, just spooling up. Capture this departure for you guys. It's going to be one of our final departures of the show. As I say, we're waiting for the EasyJet for Amsterdam to depart. Then we'll wrap up the show. TUI Max V1 rotate. Spray action and climbs out of Manchester. Awesome stuff. Yeah, so it says, calling all aspiring pilots. Our Speedbird Pilot Academy is opening its doors again to welcome future pilots on board. Providing fully funded training for up to 100 individuals this year, the programme intends to give the opportunity to all who dream of becoming a pilot for British Airways. Okay.
Brilliant. Oh, well, thank you. I've sent it to Liam. I've sent it to the cabin guy I'm with, the cabin crew guy I'm with today. He's just said he's seen it. He hasn't put an application in. I said, get it done.
Get it in. Get it in.
Get it done.
100 people with the opportunity to be trained up.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of people. Egypt Air is pushed back the A321neo aircraft Foxtrot Whiskey on the reg.
Oh, the other lad's saying he's done the assessments and he's waiting to hear.
Oh, right, okay.
Excellent, good.
Mega, that's really good.
That is good. Yeah, that is
Get your
good.
name down if you're aspiring to be a pilot or anything like that. Always put your name down for opportunities like this. You never know. You never ever know. You never know what's around the corner. And if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the lottery. Simple as that, isn't it?
Now, there is an Amsterdam flight.
Yep, I see it just pushed back now.
Yep.
I think it's awaiting taxi clearance by the look of it, Mark.
Excellent.
Excellent. That's the last movement of this live show for you guys. Hope you've all enjoyed this FriYAY show. Hope you've all had a pleasant morning with myself and Mark. Hope it's been entertaining. Jokes, dad jokes aside, but hope it's been okay for you guys.
There's loads of dad jokes in the chat. It's great. Steve's just put a corker up. Yeah. Mark's asking, how soon after takeoff do you turn the APU off? We actually turn it off as soon as we started one of the engines. If we're doing single engine taxi, if we're doing once we started both engines. Yeah. So once the engines are going, switch the APU off. We don't need it anymore.
Right.
And we've got this new thing in now that once you land, we used to just start the APU as soon as we landed, but now we're actually delaying it until we're almost on the stand because it takes about a minute to fire up, and it saves a few kilos of fuel. But when you take that over 380 aircraft doing 8 flights a day, 365 days a year, you're talking it's 800 quid a tonne. It's Oh, Millie's asking what's my favourite colour. I don't know, blue.
What's your favourite number?
8. What's my favourite aviation streaming channel?
One.
Airlines Live. Easy, that one.
Thanks, Mark. So of course, Mark will be. Mark's flying out this afternoon, flying out to Krakow, I believe, Mark.
Yes. Yeah.
What's your normal? What's your day go like when you're on a flying day? What's your normal routine? Do you have a set routine of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, you turn up the car park, you go around to the terminal. I like to get there early.
Yeah.
You have the flight plan. It's right in front of me at the moment. I have a look at things that are wrong with the aircraft. I have a look at the flight times. 2 hours 12 on the way down, tailwind of 20. Have a look how much underload we've got, how much extra fuel we can get on.
Yep.
Have a look at the weathers. Krakow is 30% chance, gusting 30 knots, thunderstorms with rain and hail, but it's calming down as the day goes on. Okay. Possibly some CBs like we've had over tonight by the time we get there. Have a look at the alternate, Katowice, 30 knots, thunderstorms, rain and hail. Ostrava, gusting 35, don't fancy that. Bruno, gusting 35, don't fancy that. Bratislava, gusting 25, thunderstorms, don't fancy that.
No thanks.
Same at Berlin. Have a look at all the weathers. We've got various weathers, and then I'll have a look at the notices for the airports. Manchester's got loads because of the work.
Yeah.
There's a crane affecting the VOR that's over on the other end of the runway. You might get some fluctuations. Certain stands are being renumbered and worked on. Blah blah blah. Holding point closed. Crane here, and my take is on cranes. There's a crane like 5 miles away at 60 feet. Well, if I'm 60 foot 5 miles from the airport, the crane's the least of my worries.
Yeah.
Having a look at, there's works at Krakow at the moment. They're extending the apron, taxing on the apron.
You yourself, Mark, you look at all you look at all alternatives, don't you, Mark? Say you have a scenario where there's an emergency, you're always looking to where the nearest applicable airport is and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Pretty thorough. You go through things pretty thorough, don't you, Mark?
Yep. I'm just having a look now. You've got to be on the ball. You've got to know where you're going. You've got to know what's happening.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at the significant weather charts. There's a big jet stream coming down over the top of Norfolk, so we might get some bumps from that.
Okay.
Other than that, there's some CBs embedded. What are they? Isolated embedded CBs up to 22,000 feet throughout the whole area. Have a look at the winds, and then have a look at the return, and have a look at the flight plan on the way back and the weather. And you've got an idea how your day's going to go.
We all know what we've got to do here.
We all know what we've got to do here.
Big waves.
Get the waves on. So like I said, the first officer on this, it's her second flight after training. Flew with her yesterday. She's absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant. I was really, really impressed with her.
Get in there, girl.
Captain's a good mate, and they'll be waving.
Nice slow taxi for us. Just waiting there patiently. There must be another aircraft on the way out.
Oh, he's flashing his lamp, his taxi lamp. Off to a very windy Amsterdam. Yeah, Amsterdam at the moment 320.27, gusting 37.
Enjoy that, guys. Enjoy. Wow. Is that on Polderbarn?
I don't know. Well, no, yeah, possibly. They're probably coming in on 3.6, but even then it's still 25 knots across.
Wow.
Yeah, that ain't going to be much fun, is it? Oh, have fun there, fella.
That's going to be adventurous.
Cool, it ain't going to be much fun, that. Oh, dear, mate.
So it looks like this EasyJet is... looks like it may be waiting for the Egypt A321neo aircraft to taxi out. Looks like the Egypt Air is going to take precedence. But we'll capture the EasyJet taxiing past, and then we'll bring our attention back to Mark's friends here. Yeah, it does look like they're going to wait in for the Egypt Air. It's been given priority before this EasyJet.
Nice colour scheme, that, isn't it?
Oh, mate, this livery is absolutely beautiful. That's a stunner. And now the EasyJet commences its taxi to 05 left. Which is going to punch back down now and capture these guys taxiing past. Yes.
Yeah, we had a great day out yesterday. Poor girl suffered all my dad jokes. She did a great job. But yeah, she's really, really good. Like I said, second day online. There you are. That's a smashing crew, that. In safe hands, own passengers.
Absolutely perfect. Safe flight, guys. Safe journey. Over to Schiphol. Enjoy the landing.
Gusting 37. You enjoy that one, mate. Rather you than me. Oh, thanks, Early Dev. He's done some clips in the Discord.
Oh,
that's
great
brilliant.
Stuff. Nice
Top
and
man, mate. Well done.
EasyJet taxis out. That's going to be our last movement of the day, ladies and gents. If you'd like to support the channel just before we wrap up, you can do so by... just lost my zoom. I'm just going to change my remote quickly, guys. One sec. Second. Quick swap over. Remote finally give up. It's gone through all this weather and now it finally decides it's had enough. Good job I've got a spare in it. Good job we always carry a spare here at Airline is Life.
That'll be the Neo going then.
Yep, that's the Egypt Air on the way out now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good man.
Quick fix on
yeah,
the...
get that.
Quick fix on the remotage.
He's alleges the Mac cam.
There we go. Penultimate departure. Egypt Air Neo heading back down to Cairo. Egypt Air departs Manchester. Quickly, briefly get back to the chat and see if there's anything I need to catch up on. Nothing as of yet, but just quickly say again, if you want to quickly support the channel before we wrap up, we're just going to capture this EasyJet departure, guys, and then we're going to wrap the show up.
Oh, do we get... Is it a T-shirt giveaway this week?
T-shirt giveaway, mate.
Excellent.
On Sunday.
Good skills.
We've hit the target this week.
Yay. That's so cool that you do that.
Ah, mate. Just trying to give back a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
That's all. That's what it's all about. So, yeah, make sure you're with us on Sunday for the live draw of the T-shirt giveaway, which has been achieved during this FriYAY show. Thank you so much, guys, for all your gifted memberships. In which Carl, mega mod himself, Carl Crawford there, jumping in with another gifty there, mate. Thank you so much for your support, and thanks for all your help today, guys. Thank you to all you mods. Really couldn't do these shows. Not worth doing these shows without you guys, so thank you so much for all your support and all your help today. Best mods in the business we've got, so yeah, really appreciate all your help today, guys. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. Hey, cheers, Charles. How many tons of fuel does the 320 hold, Mark?
It varies, but about 18.8.
Okay.
And the 7.5 holds 34.
2K likes as well.
Yay!
Mega. Yeah, cheers to you all, guys. All you mods helping out this morning. Been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate all your help.
I'm not going to put in for a T-shirt. I'm not going to try and win one because they're not made by Tensor or us, so it won't fit me. Show my moves.
Hey, cheers, Marky. Cheers, Bevs. Cheers, Amy. Cheers, Joanna. Greg. Thank you all. Thanks for getting involved today. Been absolutely a cracking show. And thank you to you, Mark. Thank you for getting involved today, mate.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
Really has been a brilliant show, and really appreciate all your help and all your informative input which we've had, especially about the emergency and stuff earlier. Really have picked up a lot of knowledge from that thingy. So thank you so much, Mark. Thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having us, buddy.
Brilliant.
Much appreciated. Pay rise for Malky as well.
Yes.
Cheers, Bevs.
And everyone wishing Mark a safe flight later.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sure it will be, because it ain't going to be 37 where I'm gusting. Gusting 37 where I'm going.
Mate, that's going to be adventurous, that is.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Is it crosswind, yeah?
Well, it's 310 something, so even on 3.6 it's still 25 knots across with the gust.
Still doing a bit, isn't it?
I remember going there, they cancelled every Amsterdam for the day, and I got called in and they said, we want you to go and have a look.
Just see what it's like.
Yeah, and I was with this brilliant FO called Clinton Riley's. Brilliant lad. He used to fly like twins and that round the Caribbean. And we went there and it was 270. When we got there, it was gusting nearly 30 knots, and they had us on 3.6. It was like a full crosswind. I'm like, you've got an underwind runway, open the flaming thing.
Here we go.
Cheers, Anna. Cheers, Barry.
Safe flight, guys.
Here we go.
Capture this EasyJet now on departure over to Amsterdam Schiphol. And I say, hope the landing goes okay, guys.
It will be.
Gear up on the EasyJet. Not often we wrap the show up on an EasyJet, but
good, isn't it?
mega.
Just before you do wrap, I've just had a message from Andy from DHL who I was talking about before.
All right.
He sent me a picture, the big telly in the office, they've got us on.
Get in. Thank you so much, guys.
Great lads at DHL, mate, and they love the channel as well.
Mega. Thank you so much, guys. Really does mean a lot to have you all involved. Thank you. Just follow that EasyJet for a few more feet and then we'll call it. EasyJet off to Amsterdam Schiphol, disappears into the distance, heading east out of Manchester. And that, guys, is where we're going to call it a day. Just leaves me with the standard procedure of acknowledging all you guys' support today. Thank you so much, guys. Been a brilliant show today. Absolutely awesome. We've had it all. So we've had showers, we've had wind direction changes, we've had runway ops changes, we've had an emergency landing right at the start of the show as well. What a crazy, crazy live show we've had today, guys. Peaked around just short of 3,500 viewers, I think, at one time, which is just absolutely brilliant. Hope many of you guys, new guys to the channel, have subscribed as well. So thank you so much, guys. Whether you've just hit that like button, it really is appreciated. More importantly, so if you've offered up a gifted membership, which so many of you legends already have done during the live show, thank you so much. You've enabled us to do a t-shirt giveaway this coming Sunday, so make sure you're involved for that, guys. Next live action with myself and Martin, live here from the runway visit park, and that'll be on Sunday from around 9 o'clock-ish roughly, and then back with myself here on Wednesday. A bit of a weird week coming up. Got myself here on Wednesday taking the place of the lads, and the lads will be taking over my show on Friday. Not sure if they're going to start as early as I do, but we'll wait and see. So yeah, next live action coming here from the runway visit park at 9 o'clock on Sunday, and then back with myself here on Wednesday morning, and back with the lads on Friday. In between all that, we have John's Fezzers Flight Sim show coming up on Monday from 6. Not sure what it's up to as of yet, but that normally starts around 6 o'clock on the Airliners Live Simulate channel over on YouTube. Any further comments, Mark?
No, you've all been absolutely outstanding. Thanks for having me on, Matt. And
my pleasure, mate.
We'll see you on the next one.
Take care, guys. Whatever you're up to the rest of the day, look after yourselves, look after each other. Having any Fat Friday scran today, make sure you post it in the Discord over on the Rate My Scran section. That'd be great if you could do that as well. But for now, guys, thanks to all you mods yet again. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. Take care of yourselves and each other. Bye for now. Bye.
See ya.